Hey TD Superheroes, my name is Alejandro Perez, your sidekick, and in this video we're going to be taking a look at how the kind of basic face head is going to be working to be auto-rigged in the upcoming tutorial series. So when we open and run up the tool, it's going to look something like this. I just kind of branded it afterwards with an image, but you'll have these buttons where you can create a skeleton. Then the user has to position the skeleton, and then you create a rig based off of that. There's a lot of assumed presets and naming conventions right now, so we could actually go into the default section and update them. So if the base head was called whatever the eye is, you select the eye and update it, but in our case it's called base head, so we'll update it like that. And you go through and update all the geometry based that way. So that's kind of like the basic setup here. And then if we have like joint names, whatever you want the joints to be called and things like that. I've also been adding a few extra tools afterwards where it's like if certain things exist, don't do a specific process. So like if the face joints exist, then it grays out the create face skeleton because the rig already exists. So, and then we have some bonus tools on the assign weights based on default, and then the match points fix. So the assign weights based on defaults, we have associated files. So if you upload your paint weights files, it will actually assign them when it runs through the script. And then the fixed point match was an issue that we noticed that when we were working with the rig, occasionally we deleted the history and basically messed up our base head shape. So if you forgot to save out a separate version and needed to fix it, you can use this match point tool to fix that issue. I think I'm going to include another tool in here that auto export weights, which would be nice for if anybody already had the blend shapes here but wanted to export them into their own individual OBJ files to run the script from. Although I'm going to develop a few other options for that so that you can apply it directly from within the scene rather than external files. Although it's generally like best practice for a production setting to have them as a external file. So I've been talking about some of the extra tools that I'll be including, and that's because I'm going to be offering this face rig on my Gumroad. The link is down in this description. So if you want to get access to that, you can help support the channel and purchase the auto face rig, and I'll be updating things throughout time. It's kind of like the curve tool where it started off pretty kind of basic, and then over time I've been adding more and more tools to this. So that's also available on the Gumroad as well, but specifically for this video I'm going to be including the auto face rig tool to the Gumroad account, and like I said, over time updating it. So right now let's run through this code and see kind of how it works. So we create a face skeleton, and then we position the joints. Right now for the demonstration I kind of had it automatically set up to position the points, but we could position the joints wherever we want, and then it will kind of go through and set up the joints for us once we do the rig. But one of the cool things that we did is actually, nope, I'll have to update that, but it's a good idea to include it. At one point we had it in the code where the center joints, which all of these are center joints, you can't move off the center. So before I publish it onto the Gumroad account, I'll make sure that it locks this so that way our joints can not be off the center axis. But We can position them to be wherever we want. We have them labeled, so like you can see this is the jaw aim, then we have the head rig, or the head joint. This is the jaw joint, this is the head joint, the mid neck, and then the base of the neck. So it is set up to go for work for us this way. Okay, and then once we got that set up, we can click the Create Rig tool, and it'll go through and set up the whole process for creating our control rig for our face. So we can now control everything right now. This is because the weights weren't applied, and I do have weights already in there, so we can import them, or we can actually find the file path. Let me actually do that. So it's this head weights file, it's an XML file. So we can bring up the tool again, and defaults, associated files, scripts, head weights, open. There we go. So we have that there, and then we can assign weights based off of defaults. So now we have the mouth opening and closing. Everything is working in our character based off of the shapes that we have. And we can like combine. We can do them individually. There we go. So we have a completely working face rig by the end of this tutorial series. Or if you go to the Gumroad and purchase the rig there. For right now, anybody that goes down to the link below for till the new year, basically. So starting January 1st, I'll up the price. But for anybody that is able to get it before New Year's, I will have a special discount price for you guys on the tool. So check out the link in the description if that is something you're interested in. But pretty much everything that we have here is going to be included in the tutorial series to get these basic setups. So if you want to build it from scratch, feel free to go through this tutorial series. Here inside of this tutorial, what we're going to be doing is that we have a base character head here that we're going to be working on. But we also have a whole bunch of blend shapes that are hidden right now. So if we select these and go to display, show selection, you'll see we have a whole bunch of blend shapes that have been created for this character. I'm gonna hide them again. I just did Control H on the keyboard to hide them. So I want to be able to export all of these and put them into individual files, so that way I can send them out to a team of modelers that are going to work on these blend shapes. So let's take a look at how we can do that rather than just going file, export, selection, and just doing that individually. So we're gonna write a Python script. Let's import maya.cmds as MC. So that just brings in Maya commands, so that way we can use them inside of our Python script. Now we're going to base this off of a selection, so that way we can select a range of objects. So let's create a variable. Let's create a variable called cell, and that is going to be equal to mc.ls sl equals true. So what this means is we're taking my command, creating a list from selected, and let's test if this works properly by doing a print statement, and we're going to print cell. So here we get access to each individual shape that we want to export, so that's great. Okay, And then I don't need to print this anymore because I know that's working. Now we want to be able to iterate through each one of these items. So we're going to create a for loop. So for object in cell. And then let's just do mc.set adder obj plus, and then we're going to do a string dot v. So we're going to adjust the visibility just to see if this is working. And then right now we'll set it to 1. So basically this is going to go through the selection. For each object in the selection, we're going to set an attribute of the visibility, and we're going to set it to 1. So the object is defined by each item in the list there. Let's take this and run it. We didn't have anything selected, so let's make a selection and let's run this. There we go. Now everything is turned visible, so we know that we are selecting and changing everything. And then I'm going to make it back invisible. So that's good. I'm going to maybe do that. So I'm going to turn the visibility on when we're exporting it, and then when we're done, we can make it 0. Okay, so now we need to know what our workspace is. I haven't set a workspace in here, so that's basically going ahead and creating a set project, and go to CGI Nerd, projects, face rig, set, create default workspace. So now up here, let's take a look at creating a variable for the path for the workspace. So path equals, and then we're going to print path to test this. But what it equals to is going to be mc.workspace. And let's look at the command documentation for workspace. Active, create directory, rule, full name, list, network, object, root directory. So that's what we want, is to know where the root directory for our project is. And we can see that it is queryable. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to say root directory equals true, query equals true. So let's run that, and here when it prints, you can see that it gives us the path for our file. So now we want to be able to export that file. Let's go mc.file, and let's look at the command documentation for file. So here we can see we have export selected items, export selected. So that would be a good way to do it. We'll want to select the actual object, so that way we can do that rather than having it export everything all at once, because we want individual files. And let's look at some example code. So file, rename, save, true. That's not really what we want. We want to be able to export, so we can open. Well, it's going to be something like this. And then we're going to say export selected equals true. I don't see really quickly an exact example here, but that should work for us. We'll try that. So we want the path. So we know we have this variable of the path. And then if we just put the path, it's going to not necessarily save it exactly the way we want it. So let's go in and say plus. And then we're going to say underscore plus obj. plus dot obj. I want to export an obj file. And then we can do export selected equals true. I believe there's something we have to do to get the actual file type. But let's comment this out really quick and just see what this is giving us. So I'm going to copy this and I put an E. I'm going to want to actually comment. And what I'm going to do is say print. So that way we can see what we're actually getting here for each object. So let's go ahead and select all the objects. And we can see that it's giving us a path with the file name and file extension that we want to save out to. Okay. So that is what that piece of code is doing for us. So let's do this, and then let's look at the command documentation one more time. I want to look at the file type. So type right here, string obj, that's what we want. So it is typ. And while I'm here, I want to also say export, say es. I want to make sure that I'm using the right shorthand. Yeah, export selected is es. Okay, so typ is going to be the type, and we're going to do obj. So we're doing export selected. Let's expand this so we can see a little bit more. And just so that way we can see this really quick, a little bit easier, I'm going to separate into different lines. Okay, so typ is going to be equal to obs, or obj, sorry. There we go. So we're exporting the selected and exporting as obj. So we need to select the object, mc.select obj. And now with this we should be getting close if we're not done here. Let's test this. So we got an error on line 10. I could not save that file. Let's try fbx. Okay. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Let's try this again. Let's do obj the way we had it. And obj. I didn't have anything selected. Oh, I did have one thing selected, so it should have worked. Let's try this. Okay, let me pause this and see. And I'll come back with the reason this isn't working. Okay, I think I found the solution. So inside of the documentation, we saw that it was able to be obj, but what we need is obj export. And let's try this, and let's select all the objects we want to export. You can see that it's working through all of them now. There we go. So let's go find that file. We have this PC, D drive, CGI nerd, projects, face rig, and we have all of these files. It's doing the MTL and the OBJ, because when you export an OBJ, it will give us the MTL with it. Let's make this a little bit more organized. So let's say I want to put a folder with blend shapes. So that way we have all the blend shapes in a specific folder. All we have to do is over here with the path is let's print path again. And then I'm just going to run this part. So we can see that we have the slashes for each folder separating them. So what I am going to do is over here, we're going to say slash blend shapes and plus. So right now the folder doesn't exist, but because we're adding this here, and let's add a slash there at the end so that way it matches that, because the files are going to go inside of the blend shapes. So if it doesn't exist, it's going to create it. So let's try this now here. We have all of these. Let's see. Let's try one more time. So it's not liking it again. I could not save the file. I thought it would create it, but since it's not creating it, let's create that folder over here. Folder, blend shapes. Okay, so we have that folder now. And then let's select all of these blend shapes. Now we can see that it's working now that that folder exists. So that's a good catch if you are running into that issue. We can see that that's something that we have to do to make sure that the path exists. So here, and we can see that we have all of the materials and the OBJ files for us. And they're exported so that way we can work with them individually for our modelers. All right. Today we are going to be starting creating a face rig for the character. In this video, what we're going to be going over is how to get a set of blend shapes that have been created in production by a set of modelers into the Maya file so that we can automate the process rather than doing it individually by hand. So the folder structure that I have is going to be into my project folder. So projects, face rig. So I have here my face start file, and I have my blend shapes here as .obj files, and then we have the MTLs that are created when you export an OBJ. OBJs are nice because they're efficient in size. It only holds the geometry data. So that is good for us. And then a lot of people can be working on the blend shapes at the same time, so you can speed up production workflow pretty easily that way. And then, yeah. So another thing that we have to make sure is that we do set our project. So we have to go in and set project. I'm going to select the face rig folder, which is in my CGI Nerd projects folder. Set. And there we go. So if we import maya.cmds as MC, what we're going to check is our workspace. So we'll do MC dot, and we'll call this path for right now, a variable. MC dot workspace RD equals for root directory. So I'm going to say RD equals true because we want to check that. And we want to query equals true. So that way it outputs a string for us to use. And then let's just check that out. We'll do print path. And we'll see that we have that folder now. So the next thing is that we want to go into the blend shapes folder. So we're going to say path equals path plus, and then we'll put blend shapes. So if we do print path again, we will see that we get that path to the blend shapes folder, and we can just double check if we wanted to. Blend shapes spelled the same way. I keep the case sensitive. I don't think it matters, but it's good to keep the casing correct. We can double check to see if it matters at all. Actually, we can't at this point. We will in a moment though. We'll check it in a moment. So what I want to do now is be able to see what's inside of this folder at the path right now. And with Maya commands, we cannot. So we need to import our OS commands. So OS is a Python library that lets us access the operating system. So let us go into, I can just print os.listdir path. So this should print out a statement of all the objects that are inside of this path. So here you can see we're getting the brow MTL, the brow object, and so forth. So let's see if it's case sensitive. So if we put this with the lowercase, if it's going to matter. No, it doesn't matter. But just for consistency, I'm going to keep it the same. And now that we know that that is working, actually, we'll just modify this line. I'm going to hold this into a variable. So we're going to say all files equal everything into that list. And then we can just print all files. And that should show us every single file that we have in that folder. So that's good. It's working properly. Now we can do a for loop. So for file, let's call it item so that we're not using the Maya command name for it. So item in all files. And at this point, let's just print item. I like to do that as a check kind of throughout steps to make sure that I'm getting what I am expecting to get to be working with. So here we can see we're getting all the files individually, which is great. That's what we want to do. So what I want to do is we'll call this obj check. And that's going to be equal to item dot split, and this needs to be in quotes. There we go. So we're going to split each item list by the period, so that way we have the file name and then the extension. So if we print obj check, what we'll see is that we get a list with two items, one the file name and one the extension. So what we can do is if obj check is equal to, and we need obj check 1, because we want the second item in the list, it would go 0 then 1, is equal to obj. Then what do we want to do? Let's just print item at this stage, because we don't have any other prints right now. So now we can check, and we're seeing that we have each one of the obj files, which is exactly what we want, because that's only what we're going to want. So at this stage, what we can do is just say mc.file, and then we're going to say path plus item, comma, I, which is import, equals true. Okay, so we're making a new path, which is going to be whatever the workspace is, plus blend shapes, which is the folder I have all my blend shapes in. We want to import that, and we're going to import it into the scene by choosing the specific obj files that we want. So let's run this. There we go. So I have some warnings because I imported these before and I didn't clear out the things, but this does work properly. It's imported all of our scenes. If we wanted to turn the visibility off, we could do that so that it's not overwhelming in our scene because we don't need them visible. I think that's the first one. So let's clear that. And then let's say we will take, after we import it, we know the file name or the item name. So we're going to be saying mc.set adder for item, but it won't have obj. So maybe it'd be obj check 0 plus visibility, or I guess it'd be dot v for visibility, comma 0. And let's check that now. No attribute is set to that. So let's select it and turn it just to double check. So let's write the whole thing. Visibility. Let's try this now. So no item matches. Oh, because it doesn't have the underscore as soon as it brings it in. So we'll have to change the underscore. It probably would have been better to name it without the underscore, but since we have it, we can adjust it. So let's take a look at doing that. Okay, so let's set it up here. We'll say obj name is equal to obj check, and then in brackets 1 colon, and then close brackets, and then this will be now, but we want the first item in there, don't we? So what we're going to do is change this a little bit because this is a list item already. So what we want is obj name equals obj check 0, then obj name equals obj check bracket 1 colon bracket, and then this will just be obj name. Let's test that to make sure it works. Basically, this is just splitting off the first character and keeping everything else. So it looks like it worked on the first one. What did it say? Line 12. Okay, let's comment this section out and just print obj name. Okay, that is not what I want. Oh, because this should be obj name. There we go. Let's try that. There we go. Now we've removed the underscore. So I did obj check here instead of obj name. And then let's remove this print statement and get the comment off. And let's try this. There we go. These were imported before, but each one of these are working now. And we have these. Let's just clear the whole scene to make sure everything is working properly. There you go. That works. Looks like it worked properly. We have an empty scene now. or we have everything in the scene, but it is all turned invisible so that we can work with it. All right. So this is the first step. We've finished up now for our automating the face rig. We've imported all of the blend shapes from a given directory within our project folder, and we made it invisible just so that way it's a little bit nicer to work with in the scene. Because we're going to automate everything, we're not going to actually need to see these. We just want to make sure that when we go to the mesh that we do see that the mesh is working properly with the blend shapes when we are working with it. So eventually we'll end up deleting all of these, but we don't need to do that yet. All right. In this video, we're going to be continuing on with a series of videos where we are working on creating a face rig. Right now, we have the section where we can... Oh, I did make a change in between lessons, so I exported my OBJs again, and it doesn't have an underscore on it. So if you comment this out, if you don't have to remove the underscores like I did, and I import it, this is the stage that we should be at, where we have the blend shapes coming in, but we don't have any blend shapes on the original mesh. Just to make sure of that, let's delete all by type history, because I've been experimenting between videos. But I have all of my geometry in here. And in this video, we're going to make sure that they are added into blend shapes for this object. So to start off with, let's create a blend shape node. It's going to be, let's call this blends. And it's going to be equal to, actually, we don't need a variable for that. Let's call the command mc.blend shape. And I want to set it on the CC base body. So let me just copy this. Okay. And then now we need to assign a name to that blend shape. So let's call it facial blend shapes. Let's double quote. Let's make that a single quote. And then close parentheses. So right now at this stage, if we run this, we'll get all the geometry back into the scene. And we will have a blend shape node here that is completely empty of blend shapes, but it has the blend shapes that we can start adding into it. Okay, and then let's go into the if statement. And in this if statement, this is where we're going to start adding the blend shapes. So we're going to say mc.blend shape. And then we're going to call the name of the blend shape, which is going to be this right here. And we need that inside of single quotes. So that way it knows which blend shape to modify. We're going to say that we're going to say edit equals true. And we are going to set a target. And it has a few arguments that we need. First, we need to tell it what geometry it's going to be coming from. So it's going to be coming from this target geometry. Then we need to know which index number for the blend shape it's going to be creating it, where you want to place it. So it goes like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 as it goes down. So as we bring them in, we can put them in order. So what I like to do is just create a index equals 0, and then make it equal to the index number. And then afterwards on the next line, let's jump ahead and do that before we finish this line of code. We would say index equals index plus 1. Okay, so now that we have the index number working, so that way we don't have overlapping index numbers, we can go ahead and say obj name, since we have the name here. That's going to be the actual name of the geometry. So we have obj name. And then the last number is the range, so we're going to set it to a range of 1. And then we can close the bracket and close parentheses. And let's clear this scene here and edit, delete all by type history. So that way, when we look at this here in the history, we don't have any blend shapes. And then let's run this. Error, positional argument follows keyword argument. Oh, I need to put equals right here because it is a flag, so we need to make it the name of the flag equals to something. So let's check that there. Obj name not found, and that's because it has a capital N. Okay, let's edit, delete all by type history, and then let's run this. So it's bringing in all the blend shapes. Then we can double check the face rig right here. And we can see we have all the blend shapes assigned. And we should have the ability to control them one by one here. That's great. So this is what the script looks like for us. Let's make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it clearly. That's what the script ended up. Like I said, I commented this out because I had underscores before the name and I didn't want to have that. So if we remove this now, we should be fine. For this updated version, now we have all of the script working to attach it to the blend shape. And then we're going to work in future videos on creating a interface to control all of these blend shapes. And then we're also going to create a skeletal structure to be able to open and close his mouth and maybe wiggle his ears. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to create a control that we can later on build out for each different item that we want to control, like the brows, the eyes, the nose. We can expand this and make various custom controls if we wanted to, but I want to create one right now that we can use for multiple different things. So right now with the face rig, what we have so far, if we click on the face, we've imported the blend shapes and we got the blend shapes working. Right now it's not connected to any other geometry, so if I move it, it's going to rip everything apart, but we'll get to that eventually. So in order to work on the controls, I'm going to open up another tab and we'll create a function for it. And I'm creating a Python tab here. And then with this function, we'll bring it into the main script and then work on it from there. So maya.cmds as MC. So let's create a function, define create ctrl. Okay, so we're creating the control here. And this doesn't do anything, it just creates a function for creating the control. And then what we are going to do in here is start creating curves. So if we expand here, we'll create it down on the grid. Basically what we're going to want to do is to create a NURBS primitive, actually curves tool, EP curve tool, and I should have done the option box. So let's go here, curve tool, option box. I'm going to choose linear, and then we're going to make a box that looks something like this. So I was just snapping to each grid, but it ends up creating a box for us, and we can see that we have the points, and basically we're creating a curve one-dimensional, so that way it doesn't have any actual curving. It's going to be straight lines. And then that first point was actually off. I didn't snap to grid, but the rest of them I can snap to grid because you can see they have they're at 0 or 1. That first one was just slightly off, so it's at 0, but 1 and a tiny bit, or -1 and a tiny bit. So what we're going to want to do is create a curve. So mc.curve, and then we'll call this, or we'll set the dimensions equal to 1. And then we're going to set points. And let's look at how the points are done here. So if we look at the command documentation, we should have an example of how it creates a curve. So it's basically a list of set of coordinates, which is great for us. So we're going to say P equals, and then we're going to set brackets, and inside of here we're going to set a set of coordinates. So we have 1, so we'll have it start off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 5 different ones. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So what I want to do, I'm going to create it vertically rather than flat on the grid, so I'm not going to use the same coordinates that we have right there. And it goes in order. Each of these points is going to be the first one it creates, then it creates a line between these two, and then it creates a line in between these two. So it goes in order, so we know that. And we need an x, y, and z value. So let's start off with 1, 1, 0. So that way it goes vertically in the y. So it is going to be 0. Actually, let's set 0 on the x. So we'll do 0 here and we'll do 1 here. So it's going to create like a point there. Then we want to go down. So we're going to do the same numbers here for the next one, except on the y it's going to be -1. So that's how we know we're going down to that negative value. And then we want it to go over to the other side, so we can copy this, put it here, and it's going to be negative on the z. Then we want it to go up, so it's going to be the same thing here, but with a positive y value. And then let's paste it, and it's just going to be positive and positive because we're going to end off exactly where we started off. So the first one and the last one should be exactly in the same spot. So let's see this. Right now it's just the function, so it's a blueprint, but we know the code is at least not have a syntax error, but we need to call this command. So we'll call create CTRL. There we go. And I think I did create it in the wrong axis because I want it to be facing this way. So that's pretty easy to fix. So basically all the z values are going to go where the x values were. So this is going to be 1, and then this is going to be 0. And then this is going to be -1. This is going to be 1. This is going to be -1. Oops, I put 1. It should be 0 over here. And this one should be 0. And 1. And 0. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. And it should be facing the same way as our character. Cool. That is good. So the next thing I want to be able to do is have a circle in it. So let's create a NURBS circle so that we can see the command. We can see that the command is here. The NR is the direction, the normal direction, so it's the Y is where it's pointing. What we're going to want to point it towards is the Z. and we're creating it at the center. That's good. And then the radius is we want it to be smaller because right now it is setting a radius of 1. And that's why if we were to look at it in a bit of a angle here, you could see that it actually fits right up to the edge of the circle, but we want it to be smaller so that way it fits inside of that square. So let's take a look at doing that in Python. So we're going to say mc.circle. It's going to create it at the origin, so that's fine. What I want is nr equals, it said z, so it's going to be 0, 0, 1. And let's see if that's enough for what we're doing here. Invalid syntax because I don't have a parentheses there. Let's try that again. Yay! So that works. And then we need to bring the radius down. So let's say radius equals 0.1. Let's try that. And that works. It's probably a little bit small. Let's try 0.25. There we go. I like that. So this works. Right now the circle is going a bit more than what we want because we want it to stop at the edge right there. And when we move it up, we'd want it to go all the way up to 1, which would bring it there. So what we would do is add the radius onto each one of the values of this box. So that way we know it fits properly when we bring the controller value to 1. So the radius is 0.25. So 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. Okay, so let's try that now. And the box is a little bit bigger, but when we bring it up to the edge, it's not going to be perfect right now, but we will limit it. You'll see that it's like pretty much to 1. So that's good. Great. So we have a box. Actually, let me run this again. We have a box that's going to be kind of our range of movement. So that way visually you can see where you can go when you're doing the controls. So with these objects here, we want to be able to take in the attribute editor, if we go here, limit informations, we want to be able to limit the translate in the x from -1 to 1, and then the y from -1 to 1. And then in the z, we are going to make it 0 all the way. So when we do that, it's going to allow us to, even if we pull it past that point, won't bring it past the box. So how do we do that? We can say that we have the transform limits command, and we have the range x. Oh, but that was for the rotate x. We were looking at the translate values. So -1, 1, ex, and it tells us the name of the object. If we're creating multiple of these, we won't necessarily know the name of the object, so we're going to have to figure out a different way to get the name of the object. And later on in a future lesson, we'll actually set a specific name for each one of them, but they'll all be different, so we need to procedurally be able to figure that out. So let's do mc.transform limits, and let's look at the Python example of this. So translate x, that's good, and then this is enabling the limits or disabling them. So we need the TX, which will give us the minimum and maximum values for each one of the transforms. And then we need to see if there's a maximum limit that we can have, like it stops you once you get to those limits. So we have to make them true and true. So let's do TX, and we're going to say -1, comma 1, and it should be TX equals. And we also need to tell it what the object name is. So let's say that this is our square is equal in case we need it. And then this is our, let's do circle CTRL. And then let's comment this for a second. And let's see what we get with the circle CTRL since we're going to be using it right now. So we can clear this and then run this again. And we can see that we get two objects, the shape name, the transform and the shape, I believe. So the make node and the transform node. So those are what we're getting right now. So when we are calling the name, we can't bring in the list of both of those items. So we're just going to say circle CTRL bracket 0, comma, and then we're limiting the TX. And then let's say enable TX is equal to true and true. Okay, we're just going to check the X right now. So let's get rid of these and run this. I need to say equals here. Let's try that again. There we go. So here we're limited in X. That's exactly what we want. Right now Z is not limited, Y or Z. So we can keep on doing that there. So I'm just going to go here. Actually, we can go further. So we need to add a comma here. And it's going to be ty is equal to -1, comma 1. Enable ty is equal to true and true. Tz is going to be equal to 0, comma 0. And then enable tz is going to be equal to true and true. And I am missing a comma here. There we go. So let's clear this and check that. That is great. So we can not go in the Z at all. We can go in the Y. And we can go in the X. And it's all limited. So if we go here, we can go anywhere in that box. If we go here, we're not going to go outside of the box. So that's good for our control. That's what we want. Now that we have that, let us go ahead and set up a group for ourselves of these. So we're going to say mc.group, and then we're going to take square 0 with circle CTRL, and then let's say give it a name equals our, right now we'll just call it face control. We'll change that later for each individual part, but this will give us an idea of how it's working. So if we look at that inside of our outliner, we have this, we have an error, line 9, no object matches C. So that means for the square, it's not actually a group. It's an individual object. So let's test that. And then this one should be 0. Let's try that. There we go. It's all grouped properly. So the reason for that is if we go ahead and print square, it's different than what we had with the circle. So the circle had the make node and the transform node, whereas with the square, it only had the curve itself. It didn't have the make node at all. So we just treat it slightly different because of that. Okay, and it should be called face control. We created 2 of them, so one is face control 1. That is fine, but they should work the same. Yep, all the curves are in there. We could set names and things for that, but we'll wait until we're naming them for individual parts for our face. But that is the basics of the control. Later on, we'll add some color and a name over here for each body part, but yeah, we'll end it here, and in the future we'll add the body part here, and we'll set colors for these items also, and we'll template this so that way it's not selectable because you only wanted to select this object here. Alright, but that's the basic control that we're going to use, so we're going to actually bring that in future lessons to here, so that way we can build individual controls for the different items that we have. So we have the head right here. So we'll have the jaw, the eyes, the brows, maybe cheeks, maybe ears. We'll see what we'll do. But that way we can add individual controls that we can grab and move for all those different elements that we're trying to work with. In this video, we're going to expand on the tool that we created in the last video in this series. So far we have this and it works, but there are a few issues with it. So we'll take a look at the issues and then we will go through and make it work as good as we can. So let's look at some of the issues first. Here, this controller is working. The only problem is that it looks like the box around it, which makes it hard to distinguish that this is the control versus this. We don't want to be able to select this controller. And then, so we're going to end up templating this. We are going to change the color of this curve right here. Then we're going to add a name up here. So that way we know what is being controlled. And then also when I select this one, which we won't directly select it, but we'll move it, I want to be able to move this with it so that it goes with it as well. And there's going to be a few little gotchas and we'll look at how to get around them once we get to them. All right. So let's add a argument in this function. So control name, I was just going to do name at first. The problem with that is that we already have a name flag that we commonly use. So I'm going to do control name so that way we know it's something different. So I'm going to make it CTRL for right now. So let's expand this. And let's add a flag here for the name equals CTRL name. And it's not just going to be that. Let's see what we want to do. So this is the frame. So this is going to be, for right now, just frame underscore CTRL name. So we got to do a plus. And then with the circle, we'll do a thing like that. So right now it's just CTRL, but I'm going to end it in CTRL as well. So what I want to do is name equals side, which we won't get into yet, but then CTRL name plus underscore CTRL. So in this case, it's just going to be control, but in the future, we're going to be naming things different. This is just to test it. So we can see frame control and control. Okay, so we have the actual objects named, which is good. So if we were to run this a second time, you'll see that we get right control. We get two of them. One is with the CTRL and one is with the control. So that's great. Okay, so that's step one. Let's look at making the circle a color that we can use. So I'm going to do mc.list relatives, and we're going to say circle controls. And then we're going to end up trying to get the shape node from here, because right now we're just working with the transform node. Let's print shape so that we have access to that, see what's going on. So here's the object right there. Actually, it doesn't need it. We don't need to get directly into the shape node. Is that true? So we have circle control. Okay, that's the only relative we have is the shape node. So let's clear these, and we only need one right now, so let's clear that. Okay, so we have the shape node. Once we do this, it's the first item on the list. So what we can do is say shape equals shape 0. That way we just have to use the word shape. Makes things a little bit easier. And then here, what we want to do, if we run this, we can see we have the control. We need to go into the attribute editor. We are at the shape node, so object display, drawing overrides, enable overrides. So that's one thing we need to do. And then we need to change the color, and we're going to change it to yellow. There we go. Here we can see that it doesn't give us the code, but we'll figure it out in a minute. But this first thing we need to do is important. So let's take shape, or mc.set adder shape plus override enabled to 1. So let's clear these, and we'll run this again. It says no object. Oh, because I forgot the dot. There we go. Let's try that one more time. And this time we can see that we have the enable overrides turned on. So that's good for us. Let's clear this. Okay, so now we need to go into setting up the colors. So even though we don't know the actual command or the attribute name, we can figure this out. I've done it before, so I know what it is, and I'll let you guys know. So it's going to be mc.set adder shape plus dot color override. So color override is that color attribute that we need to do. And let's just set this to 1 for right now, but it's going to be a specific number. So if we look at our scene now, let's see, did we get an error? We did get an error. Oh, override. Oops, I did that backwards. It's override color. So override color. Let's try that again. There we go. No errors this time. And if we look over here, let's deselect it. Did it change it? Yeah. So we have a different color. So how do we know what color we need for a specific object? Here we can see it's at black. At 0, we have this. And we can go through the spectrum of different options. But this is what we want is yellow. So it starts off 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so forth. I believe this is 17 for yellow. So let's clear this scene and try it with 17. So there's a lot of different colors. But here we can see it's yellow. That's what we want. Makes it easy to see that that's the control. Okay, so let's take a look at setting up the name to this object. So I'm going to do let's hold it into a variable. We'll say this name tag. Yeah, because we already have the CTRL name. Okay, so we have that. And then let's do mc.text curves. Let's see, curve text. Curve. Let me pause for a moment and find out what the actual command was. It's something along these lines. Yep, it was. I was just missing an S. Text curves. Then I'm going to say text, which I believe is the command. And then we're going to say CTR, not in quotes, CTRL name. Okay. And then let us clear the scene here and run this. That's fine. That's just for the text. But we can see that we have the control name. Let's see what we get when we print the name tag. I'm sure it'll be this group right here. So text control 1 is the first one, and then make curves. Okay, cool. So let's set this name also. I'm going to do comma n for name equals CTRL name plus underscore tag. Okay, so there we go. CTRL tag, and then it goes shape because it's always adds shape with this at the end. So let's put another underscore so it's a little bit easier to distinguish. Okay, cool. That is good. That is what we want. Now let's go ahead and I'm going to scale it and move it. So I want it in the top left. So it's going to be up in Y and -1 in X. So let's do mc.set adder, then name tag plus .ty. It's going to be 1. And then mc.set adder name tag plus .tx, and that's going to be -1. And close parentheses. Run it. Error line 15. So this first one says can only concatenate this not string. Oh, because this was a list. Let's put 0 here, because when we did this, it had 2 objects in it. So let's do that. There we go. That is closer to what we want. We can see it's centered there, but we added 0.25 to it. So let's do 0.25 and 0.25. There we go. That is where we want it. And then I am just going to take the scale. So mc.set adder. And I'll copy this. dot sx. And let's say we put it like at 0.5. And then I'm going to copy this whole line and paste it 2 more times, but this time it's going to be sy and sz, even though it doesn't have a z depth. And that way we keep it consistent. There we go. That looks like an appropriate size. So if we were to say this was like the L underscore I, for example, it'll look something like that. Okay, I like it. I'll do C underscore control. Name it like that for right now. Okay, so we have this set up now. Now we want to template the box. So we have square. Let's print square to see what we get. It's just the name of the object, so that's good. So it's going to be mc.set adder square plus dot template 1. There you go. So the square is templated. We can't select it at all. We can select the circle, and we can select these. So we can template all of these curves or the top group for this. But the other thing we can do, we'll see that if we parent it underneath the square, it becomes templated. The only other problem is that if we try to template this curve or put it in there, we can't select it. So we need to figure out a way to get this control separate. So let's do the first thing that we know. We want to put the name and the square together. So mc.parent, do square. Actually, I think the parent has to be less. If not, I'll do it over again. And then name tag 0. And then we need to close parentheses. And let's clear this and see how this looks. I think that's correct. Yep, that's correct. It's all together here. And then we have this. The only problem is if we have this and we move it, it doesn't go with it. So let's fix that. Okay, so how are we going to get this working properly so that way we can have it move with the control? What we can do is do a constraint. So like target object to be constrained, and then we will do a under animation constraint, something like a parent constraint, and that will work. Let's select it here. Kind of work. Okay, well, I know what the problem is, but the problem is on the control here, we have those limits that go 0 to 1 on this object, but we're trying to move this object past that realm and it won't let it because we set those limits. So it will follow it up to that point. So how do we get around that? It's not too difficult. Let's clear this scene here and then run this code again. And then what we're going to do is take this control, group it, then target object to be constrained. We're going to select the group for the object to be constrained, constrain parent. Now what you'll see is if we move this, it's going to go completely with it without jittering out. We can rotate it and it stays in the same plane. And because it's part of that group, you'll see that we stay within its limits anyways, no matter in what orientation we're looking at this control from. So that is what we need to do. Let's do mc.group And we are going to group the circle or CTRL, I believe it's what it was called. Circle CTRL. And then comma name equals, let's try that again. There we go. Name equals, we're going to say CTRL name plus, and right now we're just going to say GRP. We'll call it 0 group. 0 GRP. So we have that group here, 0 GRP. And then we need to set the constraint. So it'll be MC dot, actually, let's run this so that we can see how they do it. Target, object to be constrained, constrain parent. So it's going to be a parent constraint, maintain offsets, and a weight of 1. That's fine. It did it based off of the selection already, so let's just try parent constraint. The target is going to be the square. Object to be constrained is going to be this group. So let's rename this, or let's make this a variable, grp equals, and then let's say grp. And I think for what we're doing, that's all we need to do. Let's test this. So here you can see that we have the constraints on the control. If we select this, it moves it with it, and we can still move this control with it. That's great. So now that we have that, let's just take the group. So mc.group, I'm going to group the square and the grp together. Let's name it, it's going to be CTRL name plus underscore main grp. So now we get one node here, the main grp. Let's see if we move this, if it's going to cause any issues. It doesn't. That is good. So I think that's how we will move the whole control. And then we will get this. I guess technically we didn't need to do this constraint if we didn't want to. We could just group it together. But I like this way. It just kind of creates an extra level of making sure that it all stays together. But it's also an extra level of something that can break. So I guess leave it up to you. Because if we broke that constraint and just had the control inside of this main group, we can't select this box anyways. But if we select the main group, we can move it all together, and then it still works properly. And then the only problem is if we select this, you can break it. So with the previous method that we had with it, there we go. With the constraint as well, we can move the group, and if somebody gets here and selects the frame and they move it, it still moves with it. So it's a little bit safer, but both will work. I'm going to leave it the way we have it right now. It's just a little bit extra control. And if I just put this, oops, I just want this, and let's make this full screen so that you guys can see it. As big as it fits in here. Let's just delete this one space. There you go. That is what the code looks like for this control. So we made it a little bit more user friendly, and we haven't integrated it into the other script yet, but we'll save that for the next video. This is already going quite long, so We do have a more functional control though that you guys can work with, and it is going to be integrated a lot easier with this naming, and we're going to make the naming a little bit more flexible once we integrate it into the script, but this is the start of that. So we're going to continue working on this controller. We got it working where we're building one, but we're going to need several. So we're going to need one for the left eye, one for the right eye, one for the nose, one for the mouth, brows. So we need a brow control, so one for the left and right. So we are going to set up that layout for this control. So right now it's just creating one, and we just call it control. But let's create a function here. Let's grow this and make this a bit bigger, just to make it easier for you guys to see. Okay, so we'll start here, define, and we'll say face controller. So this function is going to create the face, and then we're going to need to make adjustments to this control right here, so that way we can make everything work exactly the way we want it. So let's start off with the brow. We'll say L underscore brow. So we'll do this. We'll run it. Oh, we didn't call this function. Face controller. There we go. So we have the left brow. I want to be able to take whatever this is and adjust it over a set number of units. So that way we can position it. So what we're going to do is add arguments for X and Y. So I have this group right here, 0 group. Cool. I'm just going to rename GRP is equal to whatever this is, because we're done with the GRP up there. And then we're going to say mc.set adder, and then we will say grp plus dot tx comma x, because that's the variable we're going to be feeding into it. And then mc.set adder grp plus ty and add y. Okay, so let's just say x will be -1 and y will be 1, just to see that it will move. I'm going to create it right on top of this one that already exists. Oh, because it has the same name, it's going to be issues. Let's try this again. Yep. Okay, so created it, and it is up here. I remember now that we did it 1.25, so I'm going to say -1.5 and then 1.5. There you go. And that is on the top left. That's good. And then we'll say create ctrl r underscore brow. Maybe we should call these underscore ctrl. Yeah, we'll just say brow like that. And then we'll say 1.5 comma 1.5 close parentheses, and let's clear this guy and run this. There you go. We have two controllers now. So we have one for the left brow and we have one for the right brow. So I'm going to copy these since I know it's the same code. It'll be a little bit faster. This is going to be I, and then we can put it there for the X, but we'll leave the Y at 0. Let's clear these and run it. And we need to move it down even further, say 0.5 and 0.5. I think it's going to have to be 0.75, but let us run it and see. Should be negative. Okay, let's try again. That's better. Let's just say -1. Let's clear these. It's had an issue because we already had them existing. I guess it's going to be -1.5. We have to remember to clear them each time. I guess I should have probably done the math, but we are here. That looks good. It makes the math a little bit easier since we know it's going to be 3 units. I could add a little bit more space if I wanted to, but I don't think I will. Okay, then we will create CTRL, and then this is going to be C_nose. I think I might put the nose in the mouth, or we'll create a different type of controller for the nose, because it has sneer and it has the left and right, but that's all we have. A lot of times you'll have more. Yeah, we'll do left and right. Maybe in between lessons I'll create more blend shape, or have them import more blend shapes for the nose. So -1.5. Let's copy this. +3 is going to be 4.5. So this is going to be the right nose. +1.5 and -4.5. Let's clear the scene. There we go. And then we're going to have the mouth. And then this is going to be at 0. And we'll bring this down 7.5 in the negative. Oh, it broke because we already have these. Here we go. There we go. We have the mouth. Something that might be a little bit nice is having them, because we're going to be using the mouth a lot. I'll just leave it like this to keep it simple. Okay, so right now they don't do anything, but they all work, they move, we can do them individually, it's all good. Okay, so what we're going to want to do is create a box around this and name the whole control with maybe the character's name. It'd be like character face controls or something like that. And then we're going to import all of the blend shapes into these controls. And yeah. All right, we're going to leave this video here, and in the next video we'll start looking at those other elements that we want to do. Okay, let's take this controller one step further. We're going to make a box around it so that we can move it, because right now the user cannot easily move this controller. So we're going to make a box around it, the character name. Later on, we'll When we start creating the UI, we'll be able to customize that, but for right now we're just going to put character name. And then we will, I think, be ready to integrate this with the actual character after that. All right, so we have the general idea for creating a square right here. Let us put that here. Let's clear this scene here. We don't have a control name. What we're going to be naming it right now is character name, but we'll set that up as a variable in a future lesson. So when we create this, we have a box here, but we want to make sure that it goes around our controls here. So let's take a look at setting this up. We are going to need to adjust these values. So we have X and Y, which are the values that we're changing here. So we went up, let's say 2.5, and actually this is starting on the X, so it's at 1 point, yeah, we'll still do 2.5. 2.5 and 2.5. So that's not far enough. Let's try 2.75. Run it again. So that brings us right to the edge. So let's make it 3. And that way it's a whole number and it'll be easier to work with. And clear the scene. That looks great. And then we know that the last point needs to be exactly the same. So let's set that up now. And what that does for us is basically connect the shape. There we go. So the one before that is going to be at a height of 3 and -3. So that should put this one over here. Let's try that again. That looks good. And it looks like once we do that, we can see that we're cutting off the top of the letters. So let's make this a tiny bit higher. So I'm going to say 3.3. Okay. Clear the scene here. That is good. And I just need to put 0.3 over here. Check it one more time. There we go. Okay, now we can bring these points down. And the lowest one is like at 7.5. Let's try 8. So the first value, we'll keep it at 3, but then we'll make this -8. Let's put -8.5. Again, clear the scene first. Run this. It's not quite far enough down. So let's put this at -9. That looks like it's going to be good. So that means that this one is going to be -3 and -9. Okay, so we have this control here. So we're going to want to be able to select this and then move the controller using this box. So it's the transformer for the character name, or the character. So it's going to be character name underscore CTRL underscore transform. Let me name it something like that. And let's make this a little bit wider and move this over here so that we can see the code a little bit better. Okay, so now we want a text on top, and we have something like that already. So this is going to be it right here. And we're going to move it as well. I mean, since this is a action that we're repeating over and over, we could break it up into its own function, but I'm just going to steal the code for now. Okay, so we don't have a control name. We might want to just start setting this up with the variable character name, so char name. So remove this here, character name plus that, and then here character name is just going to be character name for right now. Okay, and then we're going to say character name, and then the ty 3.3, 3 in the negative x, and then we'll leave those scale attributes right now, and then template it, that's fine. Okay, let's see if this works. Boom. Here we go. We have the character name right on top. I think let's remove these scale options. Do that and run this. So when we did that, oh, we're templating the square. We don't want to template the square. I copied too much code. Okay. There we go. So we have the controller, and we have the character name. We have it name tag. So, and we have it square. So what we're going to say is mc.parent. There we go. I think the child goes first and then the parent. We'll see right now. So the child is going to be name tag, and the parent's going to be square. Okay, do all that, and there we go. We have it right. We did want a template, but we wanted to template the name tag. Let's see. Here we are doing the template, but for the square, let's just change that for name tag. Okay, clear the scene. Okay, so now if we select this, it is not working. Did we get an error? Cannot concatenate a list on line 51. This is name tag 0, and this will be name tag 02, I believe. There we go. Let's run this again. Yay, no errors. So we can select this and we can move that. Now we want a way to be able to move all of these controls as well when we move this. So what we're going to do is modify some of this. So at the end, we end up with this group, which is the control name main group, which is this. So we want to return that. I'm going to say return grp. And then say lbrow is equal to that. And then our brow is equal to that. li is equal to this. ri is equal to that. lnose is equal to that. Oops. Lowercase l. Our nose is equal to that, and mouth is equal to that. So what this is doing, basically, it's returning the group. So when we run this function, it has a return. It tells us what the group name is. So that way we can add that as things that we can parent to the square. So we'll say L brow, R brow, L I, R I, L nose, R nose, and mouth. Okay, so let's clear the scene and see if this is working. We have an error, invalid syntax, because we're missing a comma. Boom. There we go. So we should be able to move that. We got everything selected. When I run it, the only thing I'm not super fond of is that it's all selected. So what we can do is let's add another line here. mc.select cl equals true, which just clears the selection. So I can run that and it is created here. Then I can select it and move it wherever I need it to be. Typically you just want to leave it here, but just for this one, I want to move it all the way up here, so that way it's next to the head, and that way when we're working in future lessons, we can see that it is connected here to the head. Okay, so let's take a look at doing that. We have the position now, so basically going to want it at 20 and 170. That will be fine for our character control right here. So after everything's, say this is, we just move square, mc.set adder square plus dot tx, comma, the tx is going to be 20, and mc.set adder square plus dot ty is going to be at 170. Okay, let us clear this and run this code, and in theory we should end it up right next to the character's head. So that is exactly what we want. We want the character control to be right there. I think I'm going to want a little bit of space here, so I'm just going to make a tiny bit of an adjustment on the moving of the text curves here. On the TY, let's do it 3.5. So we can clear that there, run it. There we go, it's right above it. It's expanding on it, but like if the character name was like Jimmy, like character name is long. So if we did something different, we can see that it would be an appropriate size. So I am happy with that. We have the controller ready to be set up for this particular character. Again, that XY value for the controller, if we're doing it for automated rigs, we'll probably put it at the origin, so 000. But just for this tutorial, so that way it makes it a little bit easier, we're popping it up on the character's head over here. We will default it to that position. And maybe later on we can set variables for this as well. I'm going to change this to CGI nerd. There you go. So we have that, we have the control. Let's go ahead and look at the code really quick. Might be a little small for you guys to see, but if you put it on the highest res, you probably can read all of this. Just in case you want to see all the code at the same time, you can freeze frame it here. And in the next lesson, we'll go ahead and take this. Let me save this right now. We're going to take this code and incorporate it into our script here where we're importing the blend shapes and start setting it up so that way we can actually control the face with this controller that we've created. In this video, we're going to take a look at using the code that we developed for creating the controls. So we have the controls for the face together with the import script for all of the blend shapes and start attaching the blend shapes to these controls. We're going to start off by setting up a attribute here inside of each one of the controls based off of the imported geometry. So let's clear all of this because we don't need it right now. We're going to be importing it from our project folder. All of this controls code, so the create control and the face controller needs to be copied off, and then we're going to call the face controller inside of our code over here. So let's put this right here, and right now these are built as functions, which is a good idea. So let's take all of this, tab it in, and we'll say define create face big. Okay, and then for right now, at the very end, we're gonna run create face rig. And then in here, after these for loops, we will create the face controller. Oops, we just need this part. Paste that in there. And we need a colon here. And for character name, let's just put test. We're just making sure that all the code works together right now, running it through the function and creating the controls. So let's take this, run it. It is importing all of the blend shapes. It created the control. It is called test, and we have it here. So that is working properly. Now, as we import the controls, we have things here that are set up for each controller. So we have the mouth, we have the left and right, we have for the brow, the cheeks, the eyes. So we have cheeks controllers. We'll take a look at where we'll put it. We'll probably put it together with the mouth. But let's take a look at using this information. So let's scroll up here. And over here is where it's importing. So we're going to want to create the face controller inside of this step here. And now that we have that, here for the name of the controller, actually, this is going to be, yeah. So actually, we need to control this, or create this, not in the loop, because that's going to create a whole bunch of copies. Where we want to create it is right before, so that it exists, and we'll call this just my character, or my char for right now. And then over here is where we're going to start looking at seeing what is actually being imported right now. And then once we know that something is imported, we can basically split up the string to see what is the first item in the list. So let's take the item name. So and that should be a string. We can see that we are using item here. So we're going to say body part, or face part, I guess, is equal to item dot split. I split it based off of the underscore. And then face part is going to be equal to, and then we have basically 0, 1, 2. So we want to get the first item in the list because all of the body parts are right here on the left or right side. So let's say it's going to be face part in brackets 0. And then let's print face part. Now we need to clear the scene. And let's run this. So we can see we're getting nose, nose, mouth. So the last two should be nose, nose, mouth, and then we should see more mouths coming up. So we are getting the correct part. So then we can start a condition statement for each part. Let's start off with mouth. If face part is equal to, and it should be with a capital M, so M-O-U-T-H. And this will be based off of what your character name parts are called. Then what do we want to do? We want to add an attribute. So it's going to be like if we have here, and then we'll go edit, add attribute. It's going to be a float. We're going to set a minimum of 0, a maximum of 1, and then set a name, and then add. And we can see that we've added that attribute there. So let's look at the code here in the history. So we can see that we're using add attribute, and we're setting the attribute that way. So we're going to say mc.add adder, and then it says ln for name, but let's check the command documentation really quick. So we'll go here, command documentation, and ln is long name, and then we have sn for short name. So that's why there's an L and an N before it. So we're just going to have a long name, ln is equal to item. Then it's going to be min is equal to 0, max is going to be equal to 0, and I'm just looking at the attributes right here. The attribute is double, which is a float, but let's take a look at that. So, and we should put default 0 value of 0. Yep. Default is equal to 0. Okay, so this should add all of those mouth controls, mouth blend shapes into the mouth control. So let's run this. Default looks like it wasn't the right flag, so it errored out once we got into that. So let's take a look. There we go. Default value. My mistake. It's default value. Oh, let's clear all of this first. There we go, and then run this. Invalid characters because it's using the obj name. So we need to remove the .obj. So what we will do to do that is take the similar to what we did over here, but instead of separating it by underscore, we're going to separate it by the period. Actually, we might need that in the future, but we'll use it over here for right now. We'll say header name is going to be equal to item dot split, and then we're going to split it based off of the period. Then attr name is equal to attr name at index level 0. And then now instead of item, we're going to use attr name. Okay, let's clear the scene and see if we get this working now. We got mouth, error, attr name because I misspelled it, I think. Oh, this one here is misspelled. Okay, now we should be getting something. Another error. New attributes cannot be added. No nodes selected. So what we need to do is make sure that we select the mouth control. So you can see it's just called mouth control. Then we can do that right before mc.select mouth, gotta be in quotes, mouth underscore ctrl. And let me see if in the add attribute in this here, if there's a way, yeah, you can see they created the sphere, then they add the attributes. So when you create it, it is automatically selected. So we're selecting it here and running this. So let's clear the scene and run all of this. There we go. We're getting multiple mouths. That means it's working. And then if we select mouth, we should have extra attributes, but we do not. Oh, because we didn't turn the visibility of the control. So what we're seeing right now is the, let's go to the attribute editor. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Channel control, there we go. So we can see that all of these controls have been added. They are just not visible, so we have to make sure that they are visible by making them keyable. So let's take a look at script editor, and we're going to bring up this here. Can we make it keyable here? Keyable is a Boolean, so it is a true or false. So we're going to make it true. So add a comma. Keyable is equal to true. Oops. I try to run it with all these things in the scene and it caused an error. Now we should be good. Okay, let's test that on the mouth. We can see we have all of these controls here. And right now they should not control anything. It looks like the maximum value, is it set to 0? Let's take a look at how we wrote it. Oh, max is 0, so we want max of 1. Okay, and then close all of this. Okay, so let us run this now. And hopefully we should have all of this working. We have all the controls. Let's select this. Oops. There we go. We can go from 0 to 1. So we have those set there. And right now they're not doing anything. They're not driving the controller. I just want to get all of the controls in. So that is for the face, which was the easy one. We also need to be able to figure out, we'll start off with this for brow. So we will get the brow, but we also need to figure out what the name of the object is at the end for the left and right, because we have 2 controllers for each one of those. So we have left and right. I think so that we can limit the amount of code, let's take this and put it here after we create face part. Actually, let's take this and we're going to adjust it. We're going to adjust the code right above it. So we're going to use this name here. So basically we're going to take off the extension at this point, and then we're going to use the part without the extension to split it. I do want to keep the information on the face part, so I don't need this code here anymore because we're putting it above. That will make our overall code much shorter. But I don't want to do this because I want to be able to keep this as a list. So here, I'm going to put it into brackets for 0 and bracket it here for 0. So that way I can use the face part information to be able to figure out if it's left or right. So let us do that here. Okay, so since we know that it is always going to be the last item on the list, what we can do is say if face part, and then in brackets, -1 bracket is equal to, let's start off with the right side. Then what we are going to do is select the right mouth or right brow. So it's going to be, I have it left and right. We might want to adjust that later because the character's right, it's based off of the character's right, it's going to be on this side. Even though it looks like it's on the left over here, we want to actually invert this. So we'll update that later. But we'll still put it on the correct control for right now. So we have our underscore brow underscore CTRL, and then we're going to add control based off of these values. So let's, and the -1 over here, if I didn't say that a moment ago, that's basically working from the backwards. So when you go use index level 0, it's, or a positive number, it's going to be 0, 1, 2. But when you do negative numbers, it's going to work from the back and it's going to say 1, 2, 3. So let's run this after we clear the scene. Cool, it looked like it went straight through the brows. So let's check, is it this one? Yep. We have 3 attributes here. And the left one's not done yet, so let's go ahead and copy this, paste it, and we're going to search for L now. And instead of the R brow, we're going to do L brow, and then clear the scene and run this. Cool. So now we should have attributes here and attributes here. So that is great for us. We can see that we're getting all of the attributes and they are working the same. And we just have to do that the same for the eyes, the nose, and I think the cheeks for now, I'm just going to put them in the mouth, although you can set up your own cheek controls if you wanted to. Let's see. I have nose, mouth, cheek. So I just have basically 2 controllers. I mean, we could add another controller, but at this state, I am just going to put it onto the mouth. So let's do that since that's going to be here. And copy this code. Oops, a little bit too much. And paste it here. And instead of mouth, I'm going to say cheek. And then we add it to the mouth control. Again, constantly testing to make sure that the code is working properly and that we don't have to debug a ton of things at the end and have trouble figuring out which goes. So here we have the cheek puff controls. Okay. Then this code right here, let's copy this and create a new tab. It's going to be Python, and paste this here. What I want to do is we have the eye left and the nose left. So we don't have much on the nose either. We might want to throw the nose into the mouth, although there could be a lot more with the nose if we spent the time to create more blend shapes. Same thing with the cheeks, I guess. But let's do eye really quick. So what I'm going to do is do search and replace. I'm going to search for brow and replace that with eye and tell it to replace all. So now we have the eye one built, and then we can paste that there. And then let's do the same thing for nose. So we can do F. We're going to now change I for nose. And we can see that's what we got there. Replace all. Close. Let's copy this and bring it in here and paste it. And really, if we wanted to, we can break this into its own function, so that way we can use an argument and change those items out. But we got this done, but that's something to consider for the future. Maybe if I clean this up later, we'll do that to make it more efficient. But let's clear the scene and run all of this. And then we should be able to check. We got the nose, the eyes, the brows, and the mouth. So we have all of the attributes created for our blend shapes on each control. So there are a few things that we are going to want to do with this control here, because right now we're just adding them as attributes. But some of these, and we're going to have to choose what we want to be assigned to them. We want to actually be able to control with these controls. So the most common controls that we're going to want, or the most intuitive controls, we're going to be wanting to control with the X and Y. Another thing that we want to do is be able to take anything that has, actually, no, not left and right, but up and down, like a frown and a smile, for example. We cannot frown and smile at the same time. So what we can do is combine those. We can have a mouth, frown, smile, and make it left and right. And then a mouth, right, smile, left and right. So we're going to want to be able to set that up for our blend shapes, is those two elements. We're going to be doing that in future videos, but I wanted to give you guys a heads up of what we're going to be doing, why there isn't anything on the actual controllers that we built yet directly, but that's just to come. I wanted to be able to get everything onto the controllers first, and then we're going to filter out what we need to be on these controls here instead of in here. So like for the brow, for example, we have them all in here, but we're going to probably want like drop associated with going down, raise inner, and raise outer. We're probably going to put together, actually we want a whole brow up, so we might need more blend shapes. I just don't have enough of them for the character, because we want like the whole brow up, the whole brow down, the whole brow in, the whole brow out. So like a furrow and a furrow and like surprised expression, basically like going out, or a worried. So like angry or worried, and then surprised, and then this will be down, so it could be like a scowl type. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to create a tool to mirror blend shapes over to the other side. So right now, if we look at these and we assign them here, we can go to deform, blend shape, and then we can activate a blend shape for each one. Now let's delete history so we can recreate it. So if we were to, let's say, duplicate this, and then let's zero out this mesh, and we will go to modeling, mesh, mirror. Okay, that looks correct. And then let's put this here. So did it mirror it? It's hard to tell with this one. Let me do the other one that's a little bit easier to see. Let's duplicate this, zero it out, and then mesh, mirror. Okay, it's doing both sides. This will actually, we'll see if it works. But we get both sides. Actually, this is not going to work, and you'll see right now. So if we take these, assign it to this, deform, blend mesh, you can see that it says no deformable objects selected, and that's because this has a different topology than this now because of the way it was mirrored. We can try this here, and let's do mesh, mirror. Okay, so now we got the opposite side. Let's do mesh, separate, and now this breaks this part. We have to combine all of these again. Mesh, combine. There we go. Let's just do this one. Edit mesh. Sorry, not edit mesh, but deform, blend shape. Let's see if this works. You can see that it breaks it completely. All the points get jumbled up, and the head shifts over this way. So kind of the traditional ways you would mirror topology and get things for the other side would not work in the way we would hope it would work here. So we have to think of other ways to achieve this. And that's what we're going to do with the script today. So let's take a look here at setting that up for us. So what we're going to do is, let me double check these really quick. That looks okay. Oh, because I separated. Let me just undo till before I did that. There we go. Okay, so we can select both of these. I just want to double check that the blend shapes work here. There we go. Okay, so that works. Let's just clear the history. So delete all by type history, and we'll take a look at what we're going to do. We're going to start off by creating a variable for the selection. It's a list of the selection. Okay. Then let's print selection here, just so that we can see it. So we're going to end up doing something like this, these two meshes followed by that mesh. And we get a list of each one of the items. They are in order based off of the selection. So we can make sure that the base mesh is going to always be last for what we're going to do. So if we wanted to get access to the last item in the list, we can search it by index -1. So if we do that again, we should get the base mesh, which we do. Okay. So what we want to do is duplicate cell -1, and then let's hold this as a variable. So we're going to say dup obj is equal to this. Let's give us a little bit more space here and shift these so that we can see what's going on. And then let's give it a name. Name equals dup obj, and we're going to put that in quotes so that's a string. So we get a duplicated object here. And let's shift that. It's just of the base mesh. It's at a neutral pose. And that's what we're going to be building our mirrored shape with or from. Okay, so now that we have that, let's do a for loop. So we're going to say for item in cell, for each item in cell, and just to make sure it's working, we will say print item, which should give us each item in the list from cell. So let's take a look at this, run this, and we can see it goes through the whole list and prints it out over here. So we need to make a copy of each item except for the base shape. So we want to make mirrored shapes of each one of these, but not the base shape that is selected. So we'll say if item is equal to cell -1, which we defined as our selection process of how this tool works. Select these two and then the base mesh. So the last item selected. So if it's equal to the last item selected, what are we going to do? We're going to just pass, and then else we will, for right now, print item. But this is where we will have each one of the blend shapes created. So we can see that we have each one of these created here, but we don't have the base mesh. So we know that what we got is working. Then this duplicated object here, let's move this into this position. And then we can create a UI for this at some point, but just to keep it easy, I know that I'm switching over left to right. We could also do it as a condition, so an if statement. But what I'm going to do is create a new name for the duplicated object. Actually, we'll call this new obj name. And then this is going to be new obj, because this is the new blend shape that we're creating, or new blend. That makes more sense. So new blend name is equal to item dot replace, and then we're going to replace underscore L with, and we're running out of space again, underscore right, and that has to be a string as well. And there we go. And then over here, this is going to be new name, or new blend, blend name. And then just for good measure, let's print new blend name. Okay. So if we run this here, it didn't do anything because there was nothing for the selection. Let's actually select things and run it again. So we have two new geometries. They are not the blend shapes yet, but they will be, and they are named correctly. And then just for ease right now, since I have all of these on the left side of the character, screen right, but the left side of the character, 20 units apart, let's create a count is equal to 1. And then in here, we'll move that object. And actually, let's, at this stage, print new blend just to see what we got there. Again, we need to select everything. There we go. And we need to clear that. Maybe for ease, I'll add the selection at the top. Okay, so it is what we need. It's just within a list. I want to keep that way in case we accidentally do this again. Base body. And run this. You'll see that we get a 1, even though we renamed it exactly what we wanted it. There's 2 of them, so it's going to add a 1 at the end. But if we use this item here, we will be always able to get the correct item rather than using the blend name. Okay, so let's clear this. And then let's remove this print for right now. And then we'll say new blend is equal to new blend at index level 0. Okay, now that we have that, let us move them into the correct place. So what we're going to say is mc.set adder new blend plus dot tx, and that has to be a string, is going to be equal to count times 20. And you can use whatever positioning works for you. Obviously, we probably wouldn't want them all in a super long straight line, but if you needed a grid or anything like that, you can do that depending on how many blend shapes you have. Or you can keep them all in the origin. I'm just doing this for ease of seeing what we are doing in the project here. And then we just need to do count equals, or let's do plus equals 1. I did that backwards. Plus equals 1. Okay, so we'll select both of these meshes, select this one. We have each one of those. They pushed it over there. I did a positive 20, so it should actually be negative 20. Let's try this again. Select these 2 items, base mesh, run this, and now we have them over on the other side. They're exactly the same as the base shape at this point, but we're going to implement the tool here to be able to mirror the shape. So we don't want to move this yet, but we are going to set it up here. So we want to set it up before we move it. I just want to edit that before we go further in order to see what's going on when we set up the objects. And I might need to comment this out for some time, but it will kind of show us what's going on. So what I want to do now is create a blend shape from the item to the base mesh. So what we're going to do is say mc.blend shape. And then let's double check on the command documentation for the blend shape here. I want to look at, so they create an empty blend shape. Here we can see that we create a blend shape based off of those objects. That's cool. Okay, that's what I want. So it's going to be item, comma, cell, -1. So we're creating a blend shape with whatever the current item is and the blend shape itself, or the base shape. So we need to run it this way. And if we select the base mesh, I did it twice, but the second one is where we have it. We can see the frown is here. And if we change it, it's basically going to be the name of the blend shape, then the name of the item, and then the value. And that's a set adder. So we can do that. Let's set this to 0 before I delete the history. So that way we don't mess up our base shape. Edit, delete all by type history. And we're back at a neutral shape. Okay, so what we want to do is mc dot set adder. Oh, and we need to set a name for this. So let's call this name equals temp blend. So that way we can access it. Set adder temp blend plus dot plus item. So we're just concatenating the list. We need the blend name. So that's the blend shape name there. We need a dot, and then we need the item name. And then we're going to set a value for what we want that attribute to be set to. Okay, 1, 2, 3, run. And here we can see that we got that blend shape. The second one is duplicated from the first one because we didn't ever change it back, but we can see that we're getting that object where we need it to be. Actually, that's the original object. Did we get an error? Line 13, no object matches. Oh, because we... Oh, interesting. Oh, because it created temp blend 1. So we need to delete it. That's why temp blend 1 does have it. You can see it runs it there. It's just that we need to delete that blend shape and then create another one. So let's go back to the neutral pose and delete both of these and edit, delete by type, all by type history. There we go. Okay, so in between here, we are going to create a wrap deformer and modify the object, but we also want to end up setting this whole item here again, but back to 0. So we're going to reset the blend shape, and then we're going to say mc dot set adder, or sorry, not set adder, delete. And then we're going to say the object, which is going to be cell index level -1, channel history equals true, or construction history, sorry. Cool, so that's going to delete the history, allow us to get rid of this blend shape, so that way when we come around the second time, it will create it as well. We're not going to see the actual blend shape being assigned here because we're setting it back to 0, but it's going to be happening. Let's run this with the selection. There we go. So it all looks neutral. Both of these are neutral, but we can see that we are changing it in between. And then this is where we're going to be creating the blend shape in here. Let's double check that at this state we have the history cleared from that object. We do. So now here we can start looking at creating our changes to the mesh to be able to define it as the opposite side. So mc.set adder item, not item, sorry. This is going to be the new blend shape that we've created. So the new blend plus .tx, sorry, not translate, but scale x -1. And basically we're going to keep that like that all the way until we move it back. Actually, we're going to do it slightly different. So we will keep it this way. It's going to be kind of inverted version of what we're going to be having. So we're basically just making a mirrored object. This is a completely symmetrical object here, so that is why this is going to be working, and really how we're going to be creating the mirrored blend shape, because everything is symmetrical. Okay, so we have this, and I guess this will work with an asymmetrical model as well. It just might be a little wonky. Depending on the model, it may or may not work to the level that you need it to. Okay, so let's take this and mc.create wrap, and let's go here and we'll say mc.select, and we're going to need to select new blend, and the selection is -1. And we will see if this works here by what happens. Let's see what happens. I'm not actually sure what it's going to look like at this stage. Okay, so we have these items here. So if we change this here, will it affect those? No. And if we change this here, will it affect the other way? No. Oh, because we deleted the construction history. Let's break our code for a minute, and let's double check that there's no history here. There is not, which means that I did it backwards. So I want to do the selection and then the blend shape, and then let's comment out this moving for right now. That did nothing because we only have one item selected. Let's make the proper selection. See, it's going through the process, and now let's in the, oh, I thought I commented it out, but let's see, we should have, oh, it's not going to keep the history because we deleted the history on this object. So yeah, because it needs to keep it for both, and I need to figure out how it's working. So let's comment out the delete history, and let's comment out the movement. It's going to break the code, but I want to double check that we have the selection in the correct order for the wrap to work. Okay, we can see it ran that error. Let's check this. We can see we have the blend shape and the wrap. Let's go to the base mesh here and make a change. So select some faces, move it out, and let's look at it in wireframe to see if it affected the mesh underneath. So I needed to check for the smile, and it did not. So that means the order of the selection, I had it right the first time. Let's go here, move that, comma, and put that back in. Okay, 1, 2, 3, run this code. Again, it's going to break. We have this. What I want to see is if we adjust the base body, if it moves the geometry underneath, we can see that another geometry is moving. Let's go back to shaded view, and we can see this a little bit easier if we hide the visibility of the base mesh. And we can see that that other geometry is there. The frown is what's not working, but the smile is being deformed. So let's undo this so that we can get back to a working model. There we go, and let's edit, delete all by type history. Okay, so the wrap deformer is working. And actually, we need to create this wrap here before we change the blend shape value. Let's bring this back in. Okay, and then here, let's create, actually, let's comment all of this for a moment. There you go. Okay, so here with the smile, that should be moving with it, and it is not. And then let's check. I have that on there. It's selecting the wrong item. Let's just do this from here into that, and then let's get rid of the frown. Oh, yeah, it's doing it backwards. I think I right-clicked over here and I was looking at the wrong thing. So, that's an easy fix. Let's get rid of these. Put the blend shape back to 0. Yeah, that's duplicated from the other object. That's why that looks like that. Okay. And then edit, delete all by type history. And reverse this one more time. I'm so sorry. Okay. Paste it there, comma. Now, let's do this. Run the code. Again, the frown's going to cause an issue. Let's see this right smile. Okay, so we can see when I'm moving the right smile, it's moving that. I just need to find out the order for this. I guess the movement would be easy to figure out. Oh, and the blend shape is not being created. So, or it's being created but not modified. There we go. Okay, let's try this one more time. We changed the order of these, and then we added the scale to be -1 on this new object. Oh, we are changing the blend shape. Where are we changing the blend shape? Here. So this needs to be created before, and that's why we're not seeing it, before we adjust the blend shape. That is why we were not seeing it. Okay, I moved it before we flipped it, and we do need to flip it before the blend shape as well. So let's take this, cut it, and put it here. So we're flipping the mesh. Then we should do that before we wrap it. There we go. So we do it before we wrap it, we flip it, then we wrap it, and then we implement the blend shape. And again, actually, let's do it with just one selection so that way we don't cause an error. There we go. So if we were to duplicate this object and move it over, we see that we have the correct object with the correct facial construction right here. Okay, let's put this back to 0. And let's delete the history. Okay, so let's bring this back in. And we will see what is happening now. So in theory, we should get the blend shape created right now. There is one issue, and it is the wrap deformer and the geometry that we are working with. But let's see what goes on with everything that we have right now. So we get it over here, and we can see that we have neutral faces. And we saw just a moment ago that it does create the blend shape for that object. The problem is that we're deleting the construction history, and when we delete the construction history, it pops back to its default pose from the wrap deformer. So what we can do is do mc.duplicate, and we're going to duplicate the new blend object. And then let's say We'll call it dupe for right now. And then now that we've duplicated the new blend, what we're going to say is that we want to delete the original new blend. So we're going to say mc.delete new blend. And then after we've deleted it, we want to, just so that the rest of the code works, rename this as new blend. So what we're going to say is actually, let's just rename it first. mc.rename dupe at index level 0 with new blend name. So now we have the correct name there, and then let's just say new blend is equal to whatever this is. So we'll say new blend name is equal to whatever this is, and then new blend is equal to new blend name. So it's a little bit roundabout, but we're basically duplicating the object, renaming it back to the original object's name, and then setting the variable to that new object. So let us run this with the proper selection and see if this works. So we did get an error. It says new blend name not defined, and that is because of my casing. Let us reset this. Got to bring the 0 here, and here we can see I have a capital N, and it should be a lowercase n. And run this. There we go. We have both of these objects, but we can see that it looks like the left-hand side. So just want to make sure that the history is cleared. It is. Okay. So we basically need to take the scale, copy it from here, and paste it before we move it. And I'm going to scale it -1. Actually, we're going to put it to 1. There we go. So let us 1, 2, 3. Okay. Run this. And now we have the mirrored blend shapes. Let's test to see if they work. And let's assign a blend shape. It's under deform blend shape. So we have both the left and right assigned to it now. So the left should have no issue. That's what we had before. And then let's look at the right. The right is working properly now. So we have both the left and the right, and we can create a full face there. Okay, so let's zero this out and clear this. So another thing that you might want to do is have both of them combined, and we can pretty easily do that. Okay. So let's start here. We're going to create the mirrored with original. And this is going to be the mirrored version. Okay, so the mirrored with original here. Basically what we're going to want to do is once we have both of these blend shapes created and we've cleared it, we're going to assign the new one and the old one to here, create the blend shape, and then duplicate it off. So we don't need to do any wrapping or anything like that. We just need to duplicate the original head. So let's go ahead and we're going to create a blend shape here. So we're creating the blend shape with the default, the base head right here. The item is going to be the item set for the blend shape, and then we also need the new blend. So comma new blend. Okay, and then now once we've done that, we can set the attributes for that. So let's see. We don't need to create a wrap. Here we go. So we're going to set the blend to 1 for the original object, and we are going to set new blend to 1. So let's just test this out at this stage so that you guys can see what's happening. I have an error at line 17. So let's look at the base head and see if we have it working. Let's see, line 17. Oh, it's trying to create the blend again. So let's see if we can, there we go. Okay, so let's delete the history. I don't really want to delete the history on this object yet. So let's just move forward, because the problem is that there's a conflict on the name for the blend shape once we've created the first one. So let's just go ahead and move this forward to the next thing. So once we've done that, we're going to duplicate the base head. So I'm just copying the duplicate, but instead of new blend, we're actually going to copy the base head. And it's okay, we can set that to the duplicated object. Then we need to set both of these back to 0. It's going to be 0 and 0. And then we are going to delete the history on the original object. Then let's move the count -10, or -20, actually. Let's do this, instead of on the Z, we'll do the Y. There we go. So it's going to put these blend shapes down in a row this way so that we can see the separation. Okay, let's test this. So 1, 2, 3, run the code. So this is not doing exactly what I want. Let's see. There's one, and then there's a base body over here. That one worked. So the first one worked, and then there's issues after that. So let's take a look at how we can update it. In here we can see that there is a frown here. And is this the smile? Looks like there's something there, but the frown, which is, I think, if I went like this, it should have been the first one. So that one worked properly. The smile, we are not getting the smile properly. So let's take a look at what we can do. Here, for the movement, what we need to move is the dupe index level 0. That's why it was moving in a weird way. So let's try this now. Okay, there's the frown. So it did work, it's just not as pronounced. Maybe we can exaggerate the frown more in the future. Looks like the spacing might be a little bit much for this one, so I'm going to try moving it 10 units down. Actually, we can test that. Where do we want it? So right now it is at 40. Oh, so maybe we want it more. Want it somewhere around here. And that's going to be at 30, but we need to do it before we increment the count number. Okay, so this is going to be -30. And this count increment, we're going to push it all the way to the end. Okay, just testing this one more time. We have to go 1, 2, 3. Test this. Cool. This all looks like it's working. The only thing is that we need to come up with a name for this, because this is going to be centered. So let us do that. So we have over here where we are renaming the object. So what we can do, actually we'll copy both of these because that's what we're going to be doing. So new blend name is going to be the duplicated 0 with new blend name. New blend is going to be equal to this. And where are we defining new blend name? Oh, no. New blend name over here. So let's copy that there and put it here. So we're going to search for L, but this time we're going to replace it with C. And then we are going to rename the duplicated object to the new blend name. New blend is going to be equal to new blend name, and then here we are just going to set the attributes on new blend, which is the new object that we created here. Actually, I think that's just an extra line in this case compared to the previous command. So I'm just going to do new blend name here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Run this. Let's see if we get the center controls. So center, that looks great. And center, that looks great. So we have the left side, the right side, and the centered names for each one of these objects. That is good. That is all we need to be able to achieve the blend shapes. You can obviously add a UI to this, which would be helpful. So that way you can say where you want to duplicate it. And right now we're forcing it to be the left side and going to the right side. But if you have a UI, you can designate with a variable what each one of these are, 1 and 2. And then you can also say, separate this into functions or condition statements and set it up so that you only do the mirrored version, or you only do the mirrored with original version, or you can have it do both. So if you guys are interested in that in the future, let me know in the comments. I can build a UI for it. But for right now, this is where I'm leaving it, so that way you guys know how to mirror your blend shapes. One last run so that you can see it. There we go. We should get all of the blend shapes that we got. Yay. Left, right, centered. All right. In this video, we're going to go through the face rig that we have at this point and make some tweaks to make it a little bit more versatile. Because right now, if we run it without any prompting, it will go through and create the whole rig for us that we have. And we have the controls, we have some attributes, none of that is connected, but it knew already to do it to this specific head. So I want to be able to set it up so that way it could be any head that is created to attach the blend shapes to. And then also I want to be able to get the control to be positioned here without specifically designating the coordinates. And it might not be completely perfect, but we'll get something that is close. So let's edit, delete all by type history. Okay, so that clears out the history on this guy. Let's start off by making this a selection. So right now, we're basically finding this right here. So we're searching. The only 2 times we use the body is going to be in at this spot and then this spot. So what we can do is get a selection. So let's create a variable called cell, and it equals mc.ls sl equals true. So we're creating a list based off of the selection. So that's what we are doing. And then we'll say base head is equal to cell index level 0. Okay, so this works. So what we can do now is say replace these sections where we're asking for the body to create everything. Then we can take all of this with the head selected this time. Actually, let's run it without the head selected and you'll see what happens. So take that, run it, and you can see line 5, list index out of range. So line 5, it's already causing an error, so we don't even have the history on this guy to worry about. So now we can select the head, then it goes through and connects the skeleton. Yep. So the whole rig finishes. Let's edit, delete all by type history. Okay, and then we want over here, we've set the attributes for the position. So let's say we search for this. So we are having the face controller here. Let's see, where else are we using it? Just there. So we call the face controller, we have a name, so we could probably designate a name for this as well. So in here, what we can do is ask for X. Let's put it in a list, X, comma, Y. So that way we can have the character positioned, and then we just have to offset it. And then we can use this list. We'll just make it X, comma, Y. There you go. Okay, so over here, where we are calling it, we're going to need to have values. Oops. X, comma, Y, but we don't have those values, so we need to designate that. So let's create that up here. We'll do it right at the beginning. X equals, let's put it at 20 for right now, and then Y equals, and then what did we use it for? 170. Yep. Okay. And then down here, instead of using these values, we should be at X and Y. Okay, and then right now if we run it, it should look the same. The only difference is that we have used the variables to position that. So to get a little bit more control of this, we should probably start creating a window. So let's do define character face rig win. Okay, and then we're going to say, I'm just going to call it like that. So that way, actually, we're going to call it like this, and then I'll put that in the window name. Let's look at creating a window. If mc.window, and let's come up with the window name. This time it's going to be CGI nerd underscore face rig. Actually, we're going to make this a little bit different. We'll say, that way we can give it a different name in the future. Call it win, and over here we'll use win as an argument. That way we don't have to type that long name over and over again. So if the window exists equals true, we need to make sure that we're querying equals true, colon, we need to do mc.ui, or sorry, delete UI win MC, and then we need to create the window itself. So this is just checking to see if the window exists. If it does, delete it, and then if it doesn't, we're going to create the window. So no matter what, we're creating the window. Window win MC dot column layout MC dot show window win. Okay, so this is just going to be an empty window for right now. Let's copy this and we'll put it all the way at the end, and we will get rid of the create face rig. And then here, instead of win, we're going to say CG or TD superheroes face rig window. There you go. So that way we don't have to type all that over and over again. Okay, so let's clear this, delete the history, and I don't need anything selected because it's not going to run that, but we have a window. Okay, so let's add things into it. We're going to have mc.button, and it's going to be label equals create face rig, and we're going to run a command, and that is going to be the create face rig. Now let's close that and run this. This time we do need the face rig selected so that it runs, and we can see it creates everything. And select all of this, edit, delete all by type history. Okay, so we have all of this set up here. Where we're getting that, we want to get a input for the x and y, so we're going to say mc.int field group. Let's make it a float field group instead, just so that way it gives us a little bit more variety. Label is equal to x. No, we'll just say control position. And then let's check this. I want to get 2 values. So number of fields is what we want. If we search number of fields, you can use the shorthand NF. So let's take a look at that. NF is equal to 2. Right now we have 2. We probably should do 3, but I'm going to keep it at 2. Okay. And let's give this infield group a name, position. Let's do CTRL position. Okay, so let's run this. We got control position for the X, Y, and Z, or not X, Y, and Z, but X and Y. So we need to feed that into this expression here. So it's going to be x equals mc dot float field group CTRL underscore position. So that's how it knows where to get it from. Value 1 equals true, and query equals true. I believe that is all correct. Let's copy this, and I am going to replace that there, and then it's going to be value 2 and query for the y. And then that should feed everything in through the rest of the script. So let's try running this. X was 20 and 170, and we can create face rig. There we go, and it creates it there for us. While we're testing this, I don't want to have to type this in every time. the OY type history. So what I want to do is just give it some default values. So v1 is going to be equal to 20, and v2 is going to be equal to 170. So when we create the window, it already has those values in there. Now let's create another group here. We're going to do mc.text field grp. It's going to be char name, and then label is going to be equal to the character name. Let's put a capital C over here and close the parentheses. So now we're going to have a character name field here, and just like with the other one, I'm going to set a default. So the text is going to be equal to TD superhero. So I have that. And then for the name, basically we have the character name there that we are assigning. So when we call that face controller here, instead of my char, we could create a variable. I don't know if we're going to need it, but let's do it anyways, because it's only one spot. We can put the whole expression there, or command, but we'll do create a variable mc.text field group char name text equals true, query equals true. Okay, and then we'll use a character name for in replace of this. Okay, so we can select the head, run the tool, everything is connected, and we can see that we have the TD superhero name. Okay, and then now that we have that, one other thing that I want to do, let's say if because I'm always going to want it to be cleared anyways when I work on it, but you can see that we have multiple blend shapes here because I didn't delete the history. So I'm going to clear the history now, and whenever I'm going to connect the face rig to this character, I want to delete the history, so that way I don't have to remember to do that every single time. So we have the selection, the base head is here, and then we're going to say mc.delete base head, comma, construction history equals true. So that's the short name ch. So when I run this, I can create it. Base head. It's an issue with the casing. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Now it creates it, and we have it all set up. Let's clear that, and then select the head, create it. So I didn't delete any of the history, but we can see if we select the head again, we don't have multiple of the blend shapes. So we can also have a clear scene button, which would be kind of nice, just for functionality. So let's do clear scene. So here with all the controls, or all the blend shapes, we have them named without designating that it is a blend shape. So it's going to be a little bit harder to clear those, but we'll fix that in a moment. Let's test it by just deleting the controller here. So if we were to just delete that one object, we can see that it got rid of everything that was associated with it. So let's create the button here really quick. mc.button label is equal to, and then we're gonna do clear scene. And I just wrote that out. We don't need to have that there. We're gonna run a command that is equal to clear scene. Okay, so let's define clear scene. And here we're gonna, let's create a variable MC dot, we'll say CTRL. We're gonna clear the controller here. So select, actually, we're going to select it first. We don't need to create it. So we're going to select, and then we're going to say star underscore CTRL underscore transformer. Okay, so I just want to test to see if this works. Doesn't, so let's say star plus, because the TD superheroes could be called anything. I want to try to get, oh, the CTRL is this transformer. That might have been what my issue was. Let's put a star again, and let's deselect it and make sure that it selects it. There we go. We have the transformer selected. So then we could say MC, or CTRL is equal to MC.LSSL equals true. SL equals true. Okay, so we have the selection for the controller. Now we need to get these blend shapes. So when we bring in the blend shapes, let's see where we are importing it. Create control, over here. We are getting the, importing the item, and then we are only using item after that, I believe, with the path. So let's just find and search where we're using item. So we're using it over here to get the item name. Over here, we are getting the object name. Cool. Then if it is an OBJ type file, then it's going to import it. Okay, then we can go over here, MC dot, and we'll make this OBJ name. So we are going to be renaming it. So we're going to say OBJ name equals MC dot rename OBJ name, comma, OBJ name plus underscore blend. Okay, so that should add the blend shape name to our naming convention. So let's clear the scene, and we get this. We can create the face rig. Line 22. Oh, because I didn't have anything selected. Create the face rig. There we go. Okay. So now we can see that we have underscore blend for all of these. So that's good. Now let's look at the clear scene. We're going to say MC dot select, and over here we can just, since it's only one item, MC dot delete CTRL at index level 0. And over here we're going to select anything, so a star, which is a wildcard, that ends in blend. MC dot, or we'll call it blend shapes is equal to MC dot ls sl equals true. And then we are going to do a for loop for item in blend shapes mc.delete item. So that way we'll go through the whole list of everything that it created that was associated with the blend shape. So here we should be able to clear the scene. That clears the scene and create the rig, although we need to select that. There we go. And then we can clear the scene again if we wanted to. Yeah, so when we clear the scene, this still has the history. It might be nice to just get rid of the history as well if we're going to be clearing the scene anyways. So we know we did that with, actually, well, we can get the character name. Where are we getting the character name? Char name, here we go. Let's copy this. And over here, say, we'll put that in, and then mc.delete. And then we're going to say char name equal, or comma, ch equals true. There we go. So that way we figure out whatever is in the character here, scene here, and we'll clear out the history on that character as well. So there's going to be a little issue here. So if we clear the scene, we're going to get an error because nothing exists for these items over here. So what we can do is say if ctrl dot len, I think that's how we'll do it, is greater than 0, then we will delete it. Then over here, the same thing. If blend shapes is greater than 0, then we do this, and we can always delete the character name here. So let's see if that works. Line 14, select. So it's giving us an issue to see if that actually exists. Can we query a selection? It's all create nodes. So this will catch this if it's greater than 0, but it needs to exist to be able to actually select it. So I'm not going to worry about these loops or condition statements. So sorry about that for you guys. And I will just unindent this really quick. There we go. Okay, so let's go through here and create the face rig, which is the typical way that I'll use it. We can probably make a little bit cleaner version of it. But here we clear the scene, and then we're getting an error on line 22 that says no object matches TD superhero. So that is because this base head is not named TD superhero. So what we can do is just get a selection. MC dot will be cell equals select, or ls sl equals true. So we get the selection, and then let's say mc dot delete s cell comma construction history equals true. Okay, so we'll create the face rig. That works, and then let's clear the scene. That works without error. Let's check the head. We have the, well, we still have the blend shapes there. If we have it selected, will it... Oh, because I need to do it at index level 0. Okay, let's try this one more time. Create face rig. Then let's select this. Clear scene. Line 22. Okay, let's print cell. And then let's see what happens when we get to that stage. So we're going to create a face rig based off of the selection. So we can see that there was nothing. Oh, let's do that. Okay. Let's see if we actually select the head, clear scene. So we are having an issue with that. Oh, because we're not doing it at the beginning. Let's do this at the beginning because we're creating other selections. There we go. Now we should have no issue. Let's try it one more time. Create face rig. It creates everything for us. Good, I'm happy. Then we can select the face and then, oops, here we can see we get an error. So we know we need to clear the scene. Boom, clear the scene. I do have these extra bits that were created from the error, but if we check the body here, no history. Let's try one more time. So create face rig, creates everything, clear scene, it clears it. Let's make sure. Yep. Okay, that works. I only want to do one tiny thing left here. We're going to say mc.spacer. Let's look at the command documentation. Actually, this isn't where I want to be. Let's go back to Maya. I want to go to help, scripting reference, Python command reference, and then, okay, let's look at Windows. We'll go here. We don't need to filter it there. Miscellaneous UI. What is the command? I thought it was like a spacer. Layout. Those are not in menus. Multi-touch. Save preference. Run command. Where is it? Panels. No. Window. Okay, let me pause really quick and I can find it. Okay, it is here. Separator is what I'm looking for. So the separator basically lets us create a line or a space between items. So, and we have style, and I'll try style in, but we can see here we have none, single, in, out. Actually, I'm probably going to do single. I'll do single. So let's go back to Maya. I know I'm going to misspell this, so let's just steal it. Separator, style, equals, single. Okay, and then with the separator, we can add a height. And usually height is a shorthand of h, so say h equals 10. There you go. Let's try maybe in. I don't see anything different. Can go back here, get the styles, single, in, out, shelf, double, single dash. Let's try that. Not really seeing anything with the style really changing. Am I using the correct flag? Yeah. Okay. So since I'm not really seeing anything change, I am just going to get rid of the style and maybe put this at like 40. And this will just give us a separation here. Let's so that way I know that these things belong together and this is something separate. In this video, we're going to take a look at taking these blend shapes we've attached to the head and attaching them to be controlled by the attributes here. So there are a couple of changes on the script that I did in between lessons because I was working on this and I caught some issues. So I want to point them out. So on the face part, it used to be -1, but in one of the previous videos, we added the blend so that we can clear the history easily. And then that made it -2. So anything that's right and left is -2 instead of -1. And then on the eyes, we switched them to 1 and kind of re-exported the eyes so that way they work this way because they have a look left, look right, and it was just a little bit easier to put it at the beginning for the eyes specifically. In this case, with the naming convention I chose, or that I chose to work with. So that is something to note with the change of script in between lessons. But let's take a look at setting up the rest of the code. So with the blend shape, so we're creating the blend shape here. I'm going to create an attribute because we're going to need access to this in the script. So I'm going to create it as blend name. This creates it as a list. So let's make it a little bit easier on ourselves. Say blend name is equal to blend name index level 0. Okay, so we have that. And then, one more change that I did on the script is that I created a control name variable and assigned it to the select here because we're going to need access to the control name with this script. And like I said, we're going to also need the access to the blend shape name, and then we're also going to need access to the object name. So those are the things that we're going to need. Let's start defining the function. So define attach blend to CTRL. And like I said, we're going to need the blend name. We're going to need the obj name, and we're going to need the CTRL name. So all of those things right now we're going to need to make this script work. And for right now, just to make sure that it works, I'm going to put it pass. I'm going to copy this name here, and we're going to run the code as we are importing as we are creating the attributes. So after we create the attribute, we want to attach the blend shape. Okay, I believe that's all of them. And let's run this really quick. Just make sure we don't have any errors. Cool. A whole bunch of warnings, but that's okay. Let's take a look at setting up the blend shape now. So we want the blend shape adder to be equal to, so we're going to create a variable and combine these things really quick. So it's going to be blend name plus dot plus obj name. Okay, so that is the attribute for the on the actual blend shape, and then we're going to do CTRL adder, and this is going to be equal to, instead of blend name here, we're going to say control name. Okay, so that gives us the blend shape. So if we were to look at here on the blend shape and assign that, you can see that we have the blend shape name followed by the object name, which is the attribute name in this case for that specific blend shape. And then the brow, if we look at the same thing here, we have the control name followed by the object name, which is the attribute for the controller. Okay, so first thing, once we have those attributes assigned, is that we want to actually create the set-driven key. So set-driven key will be how we connect the attributes. Set-driven keyframe. Then we're going to need the attribute itself, and be careful with this because if we look at the command documentation for this, it says when you're setting this set-driven key, you have to assign the attribute, then the current driver this way, but it actually doesn't work when you set it up that way. You have to set it up like this. So you don't do the attribute equals, but you do cd equals and then ctr lattr. Okay, so let's test this script at this point. Clear the scene and let's create the face rig. So right now it's not going to be driving anything, but we can see that we have set those set-driven keys onto this object. So let's go ahead and finish off the script. mc.setAttr. We want to set the attribute of the control first, because if we do the blend shape first, then it's going to reset the movement that we just set. We're going to set it to 1. mc.setAttr, then blend shape attr, set that to 1. Then we need to set another set-driven key that will make the motion for us, the connection. And this should be MC. I didn't copy the whole thing. And then we want to set the controller back to 0. And that should reset it to default position. The blend shape will go automatically back to 0 because of the set-driven keys that we set. So if everything works correctly, let's clear the scene, create the face rig, and now we should be able to take any of these attributes and control the blend shapes. Cool. It looks like it's working. In this video, we're going to continue on with the face rig we've been working on, and we are going to start connecting things onto the actual movement for these controllers. We do have the blend shapes attached to the face. We just want to be able to control them, or control at least some of them, with this. So let's take a look at setting that up. So over here, let's just make this bigger for now. We're going to spend a little bit of time here. This section here is where we're connecting the blend shapes to the controllers right now, and we're adding them as attributes. And here is this attach blend shape to controls. So something that I'm noticing right away is that these two lines are happening every time, and the control name, we are already seeing that it is attached there, so we can actually just type that in there. We don't need a variable necessarily for that at this point, or we can keep that line and then attach it there and then use it elsewhere. But what I'm going to start doing right now, and we're going to have to tweak this again later, but take those two lines, paste them here. And then we can get rid of them on every other line of the function. Just makes it a little bit cleaner, so that way we can make updates a little bit easier. I think that is it. So now that we've done that, let's just test everything really quick and make sure that it works. So we need to clear the scene and then run the code. That's gonna take a second, and then once it's done, we should be able to see that we didn't output any errors. So let's look at the bottom here. We have some warnings, that's okay for now. And looks like we have all of our attributes there. So that is good. Okay. So we have everything still working. Now we need to be able to look at how are we going to assign this onto the translate. So right now we have the blend name, which is the blend shape that is attached to the base mesh, the object name, which is the blend shape, and then the control name, which is the control that it is going to. So what we can do, because over here we're the control attribute that we're creating, we are assigning it just the object name, but if we had the attribute name like translate X and or translate Y, then we could actually swap it out for this. So we're going to need another argument here, and then let's say this is attr name. And then with these controls, because they are four-way controls, we need a positive and negative direction. We need a positive and negative direction. So let's do negative, or sorry, not -1. We will do direction, which will give us a positive or negative number. So with the attr name, right now, we can swap this for this here. So we still need the object name, but we have an attribute name now too. So all of these functions here, we need to include the attribute name. So all of these that are currently there are going to be the object name, which makes things a little bit easy for us. Let's copy this here. Oops. Okay. Now we have the object name, and again, anytime I make a big change like that, I want to, oh, we need one more thing before we go any further, because it's actually asking for another attribute at the end for the direction, and let's just make these 1. So if I would have thought that at the beginning, I could have done it at the same time, but I have to go back and paste these all in. Okay. And we haven't implemented the direction yet, but we will. So let's take a look at running this. Again, clear the scene, create face rig. Okay, so let's double check that we didn't get an error. No errors, that is good. And let's double check that we have all of these attributes in there, and we do. Okay. So now we have that. So let's implement the direction since we have that in there now. So the set attr for the control, it's going to be times dir, or sorry, dir times 1. So it will take the direction. It's either going to be a positive 1, multiply it by 1, or a negative 1 and multiply it by 1, and then it'll change it to the negative direction. Okay, so how are we going to start getting these items onto the controller? So what we're going to do to be able to do that, so let's take a look at the brow raise. I'm going to copy this because I know that's the actual object that I want to affect for the brow. And I think that was the left side. If not, we'll switch it over here. So if left, it creates a control name. Then we can add another condition. So if obj name is equal to that blend shape, then we will do this, but we're going to slightly tweak it. So what are we going to do? This is going to be ty in the positive direction. And then at this point, we don't have anything else, so we'll say else we do this. Okay, so let's create the face rig here. Oops. We need to clear the scene first, and then now let's create the face rig. Okay, so the left brow, we should have gotten some information there. Let's see. Why is it not? It looks like there is an issue with the left brow now. We can see that the controller wasn't built out correctly. You can see all the other attributes got in there just fine. Here we have some issues. So the frame and the brow are over here. They have been unparented from wherever these are. Okay, let me pause and I'll be right back once I see what's going on. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is going to fix it, but I know it's things that we need to update. Actually, no. We don't need to do that. Here, this is the one over here with the add attribute and the select. We are trying to add attribute to even the ones that are being brought in as an attribute here. So we want to be able to filter that here. So what we're going to say is if obj name is equal to adder name, then we will do these two things, because we don't need to do it when we are doing the items on the TX and the TY, and that might be why it broke it, but let's take a look at setting this up now and see if it breaks it. So clear the face rig, and then let's create it again. The sign that will know that something is working properly, or at least better. Okay, we don't have those things unparented. We're hiding the face. Let's see a moment of truth. So this is the left brow, and we're affecting the left eye. This is good. The only thing in the future that we'll need to update is the swapping the right and left where they're actually positioned, because even though this is screen left, it's the characters right, and it's a little bit more intuitive if I'm able to make that comparable. But we can see as we go up, the eyebrow goes up. Right now, if we go down, nothing happens. So the next one that we'll do is the left drop. And basically, we're gonna put a else if, or an elif, sorry. Then basically we need that, and we need the object name. So if the object name is equal to obj name brow drop blend, then we are going to run this command again. The only thing is that this is going to be in the -1 direction. Okay. So let's test this out. Select the head, clear the scene, select the head, create face rig, and then when it brings up the face rig, we should be able to move it up. It raises the left brow, move it down, and it will bring the brow down. Cool. Okay. We are looking good here. Now we need to do right and left. So what are we going to do for right and left? We have the inner raise, so we're going to do that this way, and the outer raise. So we have inner raise blend and outer raise blend. So let's take a look at doing those. Inner raise, which is going to be in the -x direction, I believe. Yep. So else if obj name is equal to the inner left raise, what are we going to do? We are going to, it's the negative direction, so we'll copy this one. And instead of ty, it's going to be tx. Okay. So here, let's select the head, clear the scene. I think I did that, but I want to double check that I did update it, and then create face rig. And then now we should have 3 of the 4 directions done once the finishes compiling all the blend shapes. So up, down, -x. And then if we do this direction, we can kind of see where it's starting to work. Okay. And then now let's copy this. So I have the whole section here. And then I'm going to do the outer brace for the left. So I can copy that, paste this, and then this is going to be in the +x. Okay, run the code, select the head, clear the scene, select the head again, create face rig. Okay, so now, and just so that we can see this a little bit easier, later on we will do this, but I gotta remember the order. I think that's the order. We're gonna do a wrap deformer. Wrap, there we go. If I did it the right direction, that will move. So looking at this, when I go in kind of want to do the opposite of what I got now. Actually, no. That's fine. That is what I want. That gives us kind of the ability to control all the different motions that we want. Okay, so we have that all for the left eye, and then let's just really quickly do the right eye as well. So what I'm going to do is copy all of this, and that's going to go to the right brow. So it's gonna be pasted here. Got an extra C, so let's do that, and then all the L's are going to be switched over to R's. And then I'm also going to switch the X direction, so that way we get the movement happening in the inverse. Okay, so let's select the head. Oops, before I do that, let's reset this so that we don't bake in the animation. Now let's reset the head, select the head, create the face rig. Okay, so here we get this one, and here we get this one. Oops. So take both, cool, and push them in towards the center. So we get all of the expressions that we want with the brow. And then with these controls, because we only have 4 right now, we can see that there's no extra attributes. Some will have extra attributes at the bottom if you have extra movements, and some will not. So the mouth, you'll see we have more than 4, so we're actually going to have a lot of extra controls on here. The nose here, we only have a sneer for both the left and the right, so left and right. So we need to kind of look at what we're going to do with that. If we have any extra blend shapes, we can bring them in. I might do that. But what I am going to do now is, in between lessons, I'll connect the blend shapes that I feel appropriate for each one of the controls. So you guys can do that on your own, and in the next video I'll show you guys where I've connected everything. We can do a little walkthrough before we continue on with the rest of the rig, but it's just going to be exactly the same that we have here, except choosing the corresponding blend shapes that you need for the face or the mouth and things like that. The only one that's going to be different is the mouth. So we have the mouth there, but you'll see that we don't really have a mouth open, and we want to be able to open and close the mouth here. So we're going to actually create a skeleton that will open and close the mouth for us, and we'll drive that with this controller. In this video, we're going to take a look at connecting the eyeball movement with the eyes here. So I want to kind of set that up here. And if we actually look at the function we have here for connecting the blend shapes and setting up set-driven keys, it's kind of going to be similar. So like the blend name would be the eyeball. The object name is going to be the rotations. And with these eyeballs right now, let's see. There we go. Left geo and the right geo. That's the transparent covering. So what we need is the eye geo left and the eye geo right. So that's going to be the name for the blend name. The object name is going to be the rotation. So rotate Y, I believe. Except that the pivot is not in its correct position, so we should do that beforehand with these things. So I'll select one, modify center pivot, and modify center pivot. There you go. So when we rotate, we're going to have this type of movement here. I just want to make sure that this is... So we have a cornea here as well, but they are actually the same geometry, same textures and everything. So just for this project, what I am going to do is get rid of the corneas as well. Or we can connect them and rotate them together. You can see, let's see. Let's center the pivot, modify center pivot, and then the left cornea. I'm just going to put G to repeat. So if we take these and we rotate them, are we going to have any offset? We are not. So we can connect both of them. We'll just connect both of them. It's not that much extra work. So we want to be able to control those things. The kind of difference is that we have the direction, which is going to be negative or positive, but with the, we don't need to add an attribute, but it won't because we are going to have the object name and the attribute name be different anyways. The control is going to be the I, and then the attribute is going to be either x, tx, or ty. So all of those things. And then the direction will be positive and negative. The only problem is that we're always setting the blend shape attribute to a value of 1. So with these, the rotation actually needs to go significantly higher over 1. So we can add that in as an argument if we wanted to. So we do set the set-driven key. We create the attribute for the control, which is still going to be 1 and -1, so that will work. The blend shape attribute is what will not work. So we can add a argument in here. Let's say it is BS range, even though this is not a blend shape anymore, but we can use the same function. So we would set that there, and that would be the only difference really, because the set-driven keys, we can control it in the positive and negative versions of the control. So we added another argument here, so we have to go back into each one of these and add that, and there's quite a few of them already, but it's just going to be, sorry, 1 for the ones that we have already, because they go up to a range of 1. Okay, so I set all of those. Let's test it. I'm a big fan of testing your rig, your code as often as possible. Just going through and creating everything, and soon we'll have a control. Here we go. So let's just make sure that everything is still working. Okay, so it looks like everything is working. So what we can do now is add the eyeballs to that code. So what are we going to do? We have the eye here, so we can do the code here. We're going to duplicate it, and here for blend name, that is going to be the eye geometry that we are looking for. So it's going to be a string this time. I underscore geo underscore, and this is the right side, so it's going to be R, and then close quote. The object name, and this time it's going to be the rotate value, so let's check that. It's going to be on the X, and we're going to go up, since we're going to have this here. Let's say 25 degrees. We'll do 30, push it a little bit further. So it's negative 30. So it's going to be rotate X, so RX, and then the range is going to be negative 30. And then let's copy this line one more time right underneath it so that we can get the cornea as well. I'm just going to copy the name here and replace it there. Let's zero this out. And then we can run the code, select the face, clear the scene, and create the face rig. Okay, now that the face rig is created, let's check the eyeball. I believe we did the right side. So we can see that we get that movement. Now we need to set up the down and the in and out. So let's see, when we go down, we can get the value that we want right now. Let's take the eye. We'll push it around there. So it's going to be about 30 degrees also. Let's zero this out. Okay. Then, let's find the eye again. We have the right eye. Let's copy both of these lines, and then we'll add them to the looking down. And these are going to be positive 30. And it is the same rotation value that we have for this eyeball. So that is good. And then control name is fine, rotation, everything else is fine. We just needed to set the values for the face to be, for the eyes to make sure that they're going down rather than up. But it's the same control, same geometry, everything else. So create face rig. And then we can check the eye. So it doesn't look like it's working downward. It is working upward. So let's check the code. And actually, all of these don't really have to be in the condition at all. We can actually take these, and I'll do this for the rest of them, and put him here. So, actually, no. Yeah, that'll work. Because we just need the control name. We don't even need the blend shapes to be added in order for these to work. So, all of these are good. So it's the right geo, control name. Okay, let's run this one more time and see. Let's reset the controller before we go any further. If adjusting that, or maybe I didn't run the code again, and I just clicked on the old button, but let's see. I don't see anything wrong with the code. We'll test it now. Okay, the eye. It's moving up, not moving down. Okay, I'm going to pause the video and kind of troubleshoot this, and we'll be right back. Okay, I think I figured it out. Right now we're going in the same direction for each one of the translate Ys. We need to make sure that for the down direction, we switch it over to the -1. So that way it's moving -1 for the controller. Okay, let's run this code, clear the scene, create face rig. Okay, moment of truth. There we go. So the eye will move up and down now. That is perfect. Now we need to do side to side. So I'm gonna copy all of this and paste it. Actually, let's add one more line so that way I can clearly see what I'm doing here. So it's going to be the same geometry. It is going to change the rotations. For the eye here, we're going to be rotating on the Y. And let's say go like -40, +40. Do I want to do 30? 30's here, and 30's here. 40, about 40. I'm gonna go to 40. So, and that was in the rotate Y. Let's make sure. Yep, it's that. It's the value that's changing. Okay, so RY, 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 and RY. Then on the control, it's going to be TX, 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 and TX. So rotating in the positive direction is going to be in the positive X in this case. So we're going to go positive, positive, and negative. Negative. Right now I have 30, but I'm going to bump it up to 40 on each one of these. Okay, and then let us test this out. Okay, so with the right eye, if we move this controller, we should be able to get the eye moving. That is great. And then this eye, nothing's connected, so let's connect the left eye now. So the left eye is basically going to be all of this. I'm just going to copy this and put it into new tab to kind of make it a little bit faster. So what I want to do here is I'm going to highlight the _R, find, and I'm going to replace that with _L, and replace all. And let's start off with that and see if it works. And if it does, we are great. If not, we will make any adjustments here. All of these have to be indented. There we go. Okay, so that should be the left eye. I'm going to clear the scene, and then let's create the face rig. Okay, we're going to check the left eye. So it is not connected at all. Oh, is it going to move with this one? Yep. So we put it in the wrong spot. Let's check this here. So all of this left eye control, it looks like it was properly done, but on the wrong control. We need to move it to the left eye after we set the left eye control here. There we go. So let's run this code and test it one more time. Select the head. Make sure that we've reset all our controls beforehand. Oops, there we go. And then clear scene. Create face rig. Okay, so the ones we want to move are the eyes. So that's looking really good. It looks like we got some nice looking fleshy eyes. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at starting to set up the mouth to open and close. Right now we have the blend shapes attached, and what we're going to need for the opening and closing of the jaw is actually creating a joint system, so that way we can open and close the jaw. And what that's going to allow us to do is be able to open the jaw with a rotation, because it hinges from this point here in the head. And when it comes out, it's going to rotate over here. If we actually did a open like blend shape, it's going to draw a straight line and bring all the points to that point, and you're going to lose mass in the movement. So that is an issue we want to try avoid. And if we have the joint, we can actually open and close. Typically, this setup will be kind of part of the whole body, and then we can kind of control it, but we can also kind of control it with what we got here, and then we would put this as a deformer on top of the whole body, and we could look at doing that in the future. But let's take a look at setting up the joints for the head, and then we can add some kind of functionality to what we got going on here. One more thing that I want to do, because I have noticed in the scene right now that it is getting a little bit heavy, and it's for a few reasons. We're keeping all the blend shapes, and each time we're keeping the blend shapes, we are kind of making the file a little bit bigger. And also each time we import the blend shapes, we are importing more and more of the same shaders. And I want to show you guys a way to prevent that, because the blend shapes don't need any materials. So let's start off by clearing the scene. Let me run this code, and then I can clear the scene. And then I need to get rid of these. There we go. So this would be the kind of base scene, but you can see when we cleared the scene, we still have all of these other nodes. So let's start off by deleting the unused nodes, so that way we're only using the nodes that are here associated with the face. Then in our code, when we bring it in, we have got the blend name, that's fine. In the loop, we import the file here. we've renamed the file to the new name, and then we set the visibility to 0, really, because we're going to get rid of it. We don't need this anymore, so let's get rid of that line. And then we assign the blend shape. So I'm going to go into the next line and say mc.delete obj name. So once we assign the blend shape, we don't need the actual model file because it will be in the history of the head here. So that should make the scene a little bit lighter. Let's create the face rig. And we can see that we don't have any of the blend shapes down there, but we still have all of the ability to control everything through the blend shapes because they are in the history here. Okay, and then we want to be able to take a look at this because we can see that it brought in all those materials for each one of the heads that we just created. So let's again delete unused nodes, and if we look inside of our project folder, projects, face rig, blend shape. So I'm gonna organize it by name first. So we can see that we have a material file, and we have the obj file, then we have kind of all the associated JPEGs and everything like that. So what we can do is let's organize it by type. We don't need this folder anymore. And then we can go past all the 3D object files and then select any files after that. So I'm going to shift click and select all of them and delete them. So now in this case, because I don't have them in the folder where I'm bringing them in because I don't need them, when I bring it in, it's not going to bring a blend shape file in anymore. So let's take a look at that now. So let's run the code, clear the scene. It did give us an error because now we have no underscore blends in there. Let's see if it cleared the history on this. We'll fix that in a moment. I just want to take a look at attaching the face rig. And here, now that we've attached the face rig, we still have all the motion, and inside of the hypershade we can see it didn't add any of the extra materials because we don't have them, we don't need them. Okay, so that should help out for a lot of you guys that had a huge amount of shaders being piled in. Then let's take a look at that clear scene function, this one right here, where we have the underscore blend. We don't need that. And then we are good. So now we can take a look at setting up the joints. So let us save this. And I'm going to create a, and I've been working in this one, so this is kind of like my backup file when I'm working on it. But I'm going to create a new Python, and inside of here we're just going to work on the joint setup for right now. So I'm going to import maya.cmds as MC. And then now that we have that, basically we need to set up a function. I'm going to call it create face joints, and the basic command to create a joint is the mc.joint, and then let's run create face joints. So if I run that, we have a joint here. Let's select it, and we have it there at the bottom of the scene. So let's look at the joint command here. Okay, with the joint command, we can see that we can set the position for the joint. And one thing to note is that they're automatically going to be parented to a selection, especially if it's joint. So let's take a look. I already deleted the scene. Let's see if it parents anything right here. So we had the head selected, and we can see that it creates the joint inside of the head. So let's clear the selection. So we'll do select CL equals true. So now, even if I have the head selected, it's going to create its own joint separate. We can set a name. So I'm going to start off with like the neck and work up. So I'm going to have like the base of the neck, then the neck top, then jaw, and that's all we really need. We can add like a mid neck also. So let's do name equals center underscore neck underscore JNT underscore, and actually I want a lowercase n, neck underscore head rig. So that way I can differentiate it from the neck in the main character. So we can see that names are joint properly. And then let's say, what's up here? I want to look at the kind of the position. It's about, let's say 150. So the position is going to be equal to 0, 150, 0. So we create the neck about there. Let's see. And that was kind of a educated guess on where it would be. I'm going to want it here. Okay, so that's going to be about, let's say, -6 and 145. So 146. Oops. I guess we can look at it from the front view. Right here. That would be 147. Okay, so -6 on the Z. Let's expand this a little bit. -6, 147, and that's just for this specific character, but we're gonna have a setup where we can actually customize the position of these points. But I'm gonna start off with this right now. Okay, so if I go through and run this, we get a joint there at the base of the head. So it's a starting point for our character's joints. Now, let's create a mid neck. MC.joint name equals C underscore neck underscore JNT underscore head rig. And then this is another area where you're going to have to be careful with. So, and I'll show you kind of what can happen and what we're going to actually do. So if we go in and set up another point, let's say we knew that it was going to be up at like say 55 right now, and let's say -3. Okay, so that gives us a second joint, but there's going to be a problem. Oh, there's not going to be a problem. Excuse me. What I thought was actually going to happen was that it was going to push it 155 units up from where this joint is, but it didn't. So that is good. That's good for us. Let's clear this and run this. And I don't necessarily want it as high as I had it. I want it, oops, it's a little bit tough with that window there. Let's look at it from the side viewport and go wireframe about here. So let's say this was 1 and this is 5, 6, 5.5. Okay. 5.5. There we go. So I want it somewhere about there. The only problem is, and it's going to be a problem for what we're going to be doing in the future, but we're going to fix that in a moment. The values that we have here, we can't tell exactly where they're at in the world level because we have 5.5. Obviously 5.5 is not where it's at. So if we unparent this joint, then we can see the values that we actually need, and it's going to be -5 and 152.5. So let's go in to our code and update that. So 152.5 and -5. There we go. So there's a benefit of setting up the joints kind of parented first, which we will look at in a little bit, but because right now we have, actually we'll look at it now. Right now the rotation for this is here and this one's here, but if we go into the rotation and switch it, say component, nope, nope. Okay, object. Let's see if when we add another joint, if it changes. If not, we're going to have to do it manually, set up the orientations. So let's do one more joint. And let's say this is going to be 155 -4. I don't know if that's accurate, but we are just going to test. Okay, so what I want to check is the other joints rotations, because we're still going to have to do it manually. Yep. So ideally what we would see, we can do it here manually. We go to rigging, skeleton, orient joints. There we go. So now when we look at it, the orientations on all the joints except the last one, when we use the orient joint tool, are all oriented to the skeleton. Okay, so we're going to have to set that up. If we look at what we did here, I was pick walking, but do we have an orient joint? Let's create the joints again. And then I'll select this and skeleton, orient joints. So we can do that when we're creating the joint itself. We'll say orient joint X, Y, and Z. And let's start off with that. Comma OJ is equal to X, Y, Z. And we need commas for those. And OJ is the shorthand for orient joint. It must be in edit mode. Okay, so we have to do it afterwards. which we can do, that's fine. But let's finish off the skeleton first. So if we run this, we have the skeleton here, and this one, let's position where we want it. So we want it kind of at the base of the head. So this is going to be where our head ends up moving. So we can call this the head joint rather than neck here. And this one's going to be mid neck, base neck. Okay, so let's recreate that. Actually, I want to see where that position is for this top joint. Let's say, can we do it 6? Let's do it 7. I like 7 better. We'll keep it at 7 and 0.5. That's good. Okay, so let's unparent this. And we see we're at 159. Let's say 159. Is that okay? 160. We'll do 160. 160, and what if we did -4? Is that okay? That's okay for me. Okay, let's clear out the rig, recreate it, and now we have that. We have the head rig where we want it, and then we're going to create the joint for the jaw, and then the joint for the front of the jaw, because we're going to want to orient the joints, and as we saw, it doesn't orient the last joint in the chain. So we're going to create another joint and another joint. Let's just put them both in here and we can do it. So we're going to say jaw and aim jaw. Let's put this at like -2. We'll put this at 2 and then reposition them. Let's clear the scene there and run it one more time. So if we select that, we can see kind of what we got here. So the jaw, we want to put it right where the jaw would pivot from, maybe somewhere there. And then the jaw aim, where we want the rotation axis to kind of line up with. So let's take both of these and unparent them. And then we can take a look at the values here. So this is going to be, let's see if we put this at 0, that's too far up. -1, I think that's okay. And then 159, it's a bit too low. 160, that's fine. And then this, we'll say 156 and 7, we'll do 7. Okay, so now we have the values for those. Let's set that up. So 156 and 7. And then on the head, it's going to be 160 and -1. Okay, let's clear the scene. Okay, so there we go. And this is going to work kind of okay for the setup that we want, but we also want to make sure that we only have the, so the jaw is here. We want to be able to position these and, whoa, there. Okay, then we're fine. We want to be able to position these customly for each character, so we're going to set that up. Now, what I want to also do is set up a set of text so that way they can see what each joint is supposed to be positioned at. So let's go and let's call this base JNT is equal to joint, and then let's print base JNT. Okay, I'm going to clear the scene. I just want to see if it's the actual joint. It is. It's not in the list. Good. So what we can do is say mc.select base JNT hi equals true. So what that's going to do is select the whole hierarchy. So when we end off, we have everything selected. And then let's create a variable cell is equal to mc.ls sl equals true. So that way we can iterate through each one of the joints. And let's say for item in cell. We want to do something. Let's create a curve. So mc.text curves. And in our main code, we did create text curves. So we get the text and the name if we wanted to adjust it. So let's say text equals item. So if we go down here, let's find those. And let's go to the perspective window and look at them. So right now they are just the word item, and that's because I put it in a string. Let's make it item, the variable name item. And then we can see that we would have the selection for that item here. So that is great. And that's what we want. Actually, let me check something. Okay, that's good. So we'll say my text is equal to that, and then we're going to say print my text because I want to be able to have access to it. So let's go in and run all of this. And we can see that we have the make curves and the actual shape node. So I want to access the 0. It's in a list. So we want to get the first item in the list. My text is equal to my text index level 0. Rid of that. We don't need to run this right now. But what we want to do is be able to align that to the joint that we're working with. So what I'm going to do is do mc.parent constraint, and I'm going to constrain the my text to the joint that we've created, and I want to maintain offsets off so that it's false. You can also do it with 0. So let's try that, and let's take a look. We don't have an error. Are they all down here? They're still down here. Oh, but their joints are down here too. So I did it backwards. Let's go here and switch these. It's going to be item, and this is going to be my text. And hopefully now they're not down here, they are up here. Okay, that works pretty well. So I want to be able to get access to this, and we're kind of rewriting the for loop here. No, that's fine. Okay, so that gives us those. Let's also set the text to template. We could do it before we parent constrain it. So my text, sorry, not my text. We want mc.set adder my text plus dot template comma 1. That'll make it true. So now we can do that. You can see that they're all templated, so that way we can have access to everything for the joint. And then what we can do is call up a window if we wanted to, or we can have this as a set of buttons. So what I'm going to do is set it up as buttons on a window. So let's get rid of this function here, and then we're going to define our skeleton window if mc.window scale win, and we'll set this as an argument right now. Exists equals true. Then we want to do mc.delete UI, and we're going to do scale win mc.window scale win, and then mc.column layout mc.button mc.show window scale win. Okay, and then the button, let's add a label that is going to be equal to create skeleton. Okay, so let's clear this. And then the create skeleton, it's going to run the command that is going to be our create face joints function. Okay, so, oh, and we need to run the function scale window. There we go. So we have create skeleton. It will create the skeleton for us. Then let's add a text. mc.text, and I think text is just T. So we have this, and nope, it's label. So for the text, we have a label equals position joints. So that way when we, what happened there? Interesting. Oh, because I misspelled that. There we go. Okay, no issues now. So we want to position the joints. So we're going to say this button, create face skeleton. There we go. And then position joints after that. And then we'll say MC dot button labels equals bind skeleton, so that way they can bind the skeleton after the skeleton is created. You need to position the joints, and then we bind the skeleton. Maybe something that would be a little helpful is in the column layout, let's do a mc.row layout. And in this row layout, we're going to say number of columns is equal to 2. Actually, let's do a grid layout. That way we don't have to go back and forth. Grid layout. Okay, that is okay. The grid width is a little bit thin, so let's go to the command documentation and grid layout cell width is what we want. So let's set a cell width is equal to, let's say 100 comma 100. Is that what it was? So with height, let's say the height, we did it like 50. I don't know. Okay, so let's do 200. Okay, that is good. And then what we're going to do is in the first cell for each one, we'll create a text. So mc.text, and we'll say the label is equal to step 1. That way it's a little bit more obvious on what you are needing to do. Let's copy this, paste it here. This is going to be step 2, step 3. So we have step 1, create the face skeleton. Step 2, position the joints. Step 3, we're going to bind the skeleton. And so we'll start off with that right now. And basically at step 2, basically the user will go in and kind of position the joints to be able to work with the rig wherever they need to. At this point, it might be just easier to like not have them parented, because it makes it a little bit more difficult to position it exactly where we want it. And let's make it user friendly at this point. So I want to set this up. We have the clear here. And basically, actually, no, because we're using that to get all of the shapes. So after we have created the text, what I'm going to do is do mc.select base JNT hierarchy equals true, mc.parent world equals true. Okay, let's take a look at what that does for us. So if we create the skeleton now, we have each point set up there, and we can kind of see the joints there. And then what we can do is MC select CL equals true. Okay, so let's create that. And just so that the text pops up before the text, all the joints stay together in the hierarchy, let's do that after we've created this cell variable. So we do that, all the joints stay up here, then all the text goes over here. Keeps the outliner a little bit more organized. Okay, so that gives the user the ability to move these. The only kind of problem, actually, let's test this. It might not be a problem. Let's set all these with variables. And let's do it kind of unique, so that way no, it's not going to work because these are contained within the function. So we'll keep it the way we are now. Everything now that we're referencing, we're going to have to reference it by the joint name. So the joints can't be renamed for the next section. So let's define another function. Let's rebuild skeleton. And then here, basically, we're going to take the joints and start parenting them to each other. So we'll start off with the parent. We're going to start off with the head aim. Okay, so that gets the head aim, and then we want to parent that to the jaw. And then let's copy this. So this time we're going to do the jaw here, and it's going to go to the head. Oopsies, I don't want to do that. Then we're taking the head and we're going to parent it to the neck. And then we're going to take the neck and parent that to the base. Okay, so let's clear all of this. And then for right now, we'll call the rebuild skeleton, but actually, let's just create the other function right now. Define create rig. Actually, we called it bind skeleton, but really it's going to create the rig. But for this example, we'll keep it with bind skeleton. And then we're going to rebuild skeleton. Okay, and then here for the command, it is going to be the bind skeleton. Okay, so we create all the joints, we spend the time and position them right where we want them, and then bind skeleton. So if this worked properly, we should be able to pick walk all the way down the chain, and we are. Okay, so we've created the skeleton here. Each one of these text that we created, we want to get rid of. So what I want to do is, let's create a function for that. Define clear head rig text. So what we're going to do is mc.select CL equals true. We're going to start off that way. MC.select. And actually, I want to add that over here just in case, so it doesn't cause any issues as well in the bind skeleton. So now we're going to select text underscore, and then we're going to say star, and then we will go head rig star. Okay, and then now that we've done that, we're going to say MC dot. Actually, we don't even need to do a loop for this. Let's just delete those things. So then we're going to clear the text here. Let's add a space just to make it a little bit easier to see everything. Okay. So let's start off from the beginning. We create the rig, position the joints, we take the time to move everything. Then we bind the skeleton. It gets rid of all the joints, or all the text, and it parents the joints back again. With this, we also want to take the base head rig here. Let's MC.select HI equals true. MC dot, or let's say 4. Actually, I want to see something with the normal way we build a joint. Let's get rid of this, and let's see if we can do it. Actually, we need to do it now anyways. Yeah. So, for item in cell, we didn't create the cell variable, so let's do that here. Cell equals MC.ls SL equals true. And then we have for item in cell, we want to create a action, and in this action we're going to say MC.joint, so we're joint, orient joint equals XYZ, and then we're going to say edit equals true. At this point it doesn't know which joint it is, so we need to say item and set it up that way. So let's see if this works. Create the face rig, position everything, create the joints. Now let's take a look at the orientation. It looks like they are all fine. It's a little bit easier maybe to see it with the move tool. So let's double click the move tool, switch it from world to object, and we can see the orientations here if we pick walk through. So let's do, so if we were to go here, interesting, let's try that one more time. Create skeleton. Oh, I didn't get rid of our text for some reason. Let's check that really quick. Clear head rig text. It's all text. If I run this by itself, does it do it? Oh, I have an error. Line 28. Let's see what's going on in line 28. My command error. It might be because the last joint can't be oriented, so let's do MC dot, or sorry, do a condition. If item is not equal to cell -1. Then we do this. Okay, let's clear the scene and run this. Invalid syntax. Say not equal to. There we go. So we create that. There we go. We have no errors. We do have a warning. We can clear out that warning. That's because when we are parenting everything to the world, we are, where is it? Over here. We're taking everything that was selected and parenting it to the world. So if we wanted to, we can say remove that for item in cell. Actually, we're already doing it here. We already have that loop. So what we can do is if item is not equal to cell 0, actually, we'll just say if it is equal to cell 0. Actually, no, I was right the first time. Not equal to cell 0. We want to parent it to the world. So we can run all the code again. Create skeleton. Line 13. Maya command error. Okay, that's because it's not selected. mc.select item. Let's clear this rig up. Create skeleton. So now we don't have any errors. Then we can set up the bind skeleton. So with the bind skeleton, we're going to need the head. So we're going to basically do select this, and then skin, bind skin. And once we do that, we have the ability to set up the bind here. So you can see that we had those items selected. We know what the base rig is. We don't necessarily know what the character head is going to be. So we're going to need to save that as a selection. And then we can bind the skin, which is creating a skin cluster. So let's delete all by type history right now. And we're going to need to select that, save that selection. So we don't need to clear it because we know that it is going to be that selection now. And we can do MC, or yeah, create cell mc.ls sl equals true. And then we're going to say the head is going to be cell 0 when we run that. Let's make this a little bit more obvious on the bind skeleton. And here, instead of, we'll say select base head. So we're going to select the base head. Let's add a space here. Oops. So we select the base head and then we can bind the skeleton. Obviously it's not going to work there. We got to do them in order. Okay. So that, we got an error there. Let's do this position. And then now that we've done that, let's just add a few things. It's just to make sure that I'm not seeing the same error. Okay, that's good. We're good here. Now we need to set up the bind skin. So we'll do it here. MC dot bind skin, and we are going to need the head. So we're going to say cell 0, and we need the base joint, and then close this, and let's run and see what happens. And now that we have that going, we have to, well, we don't need it selected for the skeleton. Then we would reposition, then select the head, create the bind skeleton, and in theory, this will work. And it does. It is, so this would be the head, this would be the neck, and this will be the whole head. I like this setup the way we have it here. We obviously have to do the weights so that they work properly, and we need to link things to the correct joints. So like, for example, the hair is going to be bound to the joint as well. So we need to make sure that we have all those kind of things set up. But I think this video is long enough at this point, and we have the skeleton. There we go. We have the skeleton created for the character, and it's bound. In the next video, we'll take a look at making sure that we have the weights properly done. And it looks like I have maybe duplicated. Yep. There we go. So we need to make sure that we have the bind working properly within our tool, and then we also in future videos need to link this to the rest of the face rig that is working with the blend shapes. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at continuing on the face rig setup that we've been working on. And in the last video, we created a skeleton, a tool that we can kind of adjust and position for our character that we're working on. Then we create the skeleton, although I didn't select the mesh, so let's try that again. Adjust the skeleton, select the mesh, and then bind skeleton. And then we're at the point where we can manipulate the head rig. So one of the things that I did do and in between lessons is that this line here on 39 used to be bind skin, and that works fine, except that it won't let us paint weights on each one of the joints for the mesh. So if we switch it over to skin cluster, then we should be okay, and we get the mesh deforming. Let's hide all of this geometry here for the moment. There we go. So we have a mesh here, and we'll kind of go through a quick run through of how we would paint the weights here. So I'm going to go to skin, paint skin weights, option box, and it gives us the ability to look at what the weights were assigned by default, which obviously does not look appropriate. Like, that's definitely not the jaw, what it should be expecting. So let's take a quick run through on how I would approach this. So I would actually go to push F8 on the keyboard. That gets us into sub-object mode. If we do it that way, when we draw a box around it, we won't select the joints. if we get out of that mode, I pushed F8 again, and I went into vertex mode. If I were to draw a selection, it selects the joints. So pushing F8 here, I can take all of the weights here, and then I am going to double click on our weights tool here, and I'm going to select the base and flood it. So what that does, it assigns all of the weights to that base joint. And then from here, I'm going to control right click, shrink selection, control right click, shrink selection, shrink. And I'm going to do that up to this point here. And then here, I am going to go back to the paint weights and then select the mid neck and flood. And then I'm gonna go back into our vertex mode here. And I'm actually going to make sure we're in the side view so that way we can get a little bit more accurate. I'm just gonna basically go in and define everything that is not the neck. And later on, I'll smooth out the selection for the neck here. Oops. Okay, so I'm going to have something like this. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. Okay, and then go back to our paint weights tool, and this time we're going to go to the head, and we will flood, again replace, and opacity at 1, value of 1. And now that we have that, we want to set up a selection for the jaw, and select the jaw here. And get as good of a selection as I can, but I know it's not going to be perfect. I'll leave it at that for right now. And then let's go here in paint weights, and then let's select, oops, I have a little bit extra that I want to remove here. Vertex mode, there we go. And then we can go back into the paint tool. Oops. I do need that selection. Let's go to F8. There we go. And then to the draw and flood. So, oops, looks I have some points selected there. So let's make sure vertex that we don't have those selected. Let's go back to the paint tool and let's see if we had them in the head. We don't. We do have them in the neck, so we'll have to fix that later. But we have the jaw selected right now. And then let's go ahead and flood. And then we're not going to put anything on the jaw aim. We're just going to put it on this. So let's fix that little part back there. Since we know that was an issue, we can select that, go here, select the base, and flood it at a value of 1 with replace. Okay, so right now this isn't going to look great. Let's go into object mode so we can select the joints, but we have some motion and it's a lot closer than what we had before, but it's kind of like rough. So here I know that is going to be a issue, so I'm going to rotate this, and these are preset to 0 with the way we built it. So if I open this, I know I can get back to the default position. I'm going to select that joint in the middle, or that vertex in the middle of the lip, control right click and go to grow selection and grow. And I'll expand this a little bit until it gets to the corner of the mouth, and then go to the paint, select the jaw and flood at a value of 1. So we get a mouth that is opening now. So obviously the smoothing does not look great, but it does open. So let's take a look at smoothing this out. So all of the joints are going to need some smoothing. I'm going to kind of show you really quick how we would start off by doing that. Let's go into the side viewport, select the mesh, push F8. I'm going to push 4 to go to wireframe mode. And I'm going to start off by selecting kind of this region here, the corner of the mouth. And then I'm going to make sure that I deselect kind of the joints that are, or the vertices that are there kind of in the middle. I just want the corners right now. Okay, and then let's go into object mode and select the joint here, open it up again, go to this and go to the selection mode and then push F8. We get our selection back for the vertices, and then we can switch it from replace to smooth. And I'm going to start off with the jaw and click smooth maybe 3 or 4 times, and then go back to the head and smooth it here. And that's going to bring kind of some of the lower lip up as well. And you want to kind of go back and forth until you have something that you feel is working properly. And you can see that maybe I'm smoothing a little bit too much there, but slowly you're going to start taking the mouth and it's going to look quite a bit better. So I have a version where I did that to all of the joints because, like, we can look at the neck. That's going to be a bit of an issue here. And the head, we can see that there is no smoothing at all there. So let's take these joints and let's set them back to 0. Then selecting the mesh, I did take some time and make a kind of rough version of the whole head because the binding part does take quite a bit of time painting the weights. But if we go into skin, import skin weights map, or import weights map, and then skin weights map, which is one that we saved out. I don't want to save that. No, I went to export really quick. That's how you would export it out, but I want to go into import skin weights, this, open, and then it should have kind of gone through the process and have a version that I had saved out. Again, like I said, it was rough. It's still not perfect, but it is, there's some issues here. That's easy enough to fix, but we have the jaw, it's working pretty good. The head is working okay. This neck, we want to make sure it doesn't affect that area. It gives us a perfect opportunity to go in and adjust the map so that you guys can see how to export this out properly. So I'm going to go here, base neck, and I'm going to flood it with a replace value of 1. So now we got a little bit of a kind of better movement. We're not moving the kind of base area. If we can kind of combine these, we can see we're getting some sort of movement like this. So it's working okay. I'll probably in between lessons spend quite a bit more time tweaking it. The mouth is a little bit weird still here, and I'm going to get it a lot closer, but then we're also going to have a deformer that will kind of adjust the shape for us to look better when it opens as well. But we saved out, or we fixed that map. Let's save out a map really quick. So we go skin with the mesh selected, export weight maps. Then you set the file name. You actually don't need to have the dot weight map, so you can just do that and then save. And it should kind of replace it. So if we go into my projects folder, textures, we can see we have that file there. So if we were to go through and let's say we were rebuilding this, we create this face skeleton, we can select the head and then build the mesh. We are at the state where it was at the beginning. Select the mesh, skin, import weights map, select the weight map, and then we have that deformation working again. So there we go. It works. Sometimes there's a little bit of an issue with the way the maps transfer over. Like you can see, we have, and it could be my UVs in this character are not great for the back of the neck because it's moving with that. We can change the, because this is, I exported it as a JPEG. So if I go into here, project folder, face rig, textures, and let's, instead of .weight map, we should change it to .jpg. Say yes, and then we can open it and we should be able to see it. No. Oh, because it's a collection of weight maps. I see. We have the weight maps here. You can see the actual JPEGs. It already saved it. So I do have a little bit of the weight there. You can see that we have some areas that it is putting the weight maps. So the UVs are going to be important for this. Let's take a look, and we can probably like paint the area directly inside of like Photoshop, but you can see each joint is there. Let's look at the UVs. So modify, or sorry, window, UV editor. Okay, and then let's select the head. Okay, it might be that these were in a different shell. So if I take these and kind of position them here. Okay, so we have that there. Let's fix that neck portion again. So got this here, go into the neck. Oops. Let's select the vertices we want to affect. So all of these. Go back here, we're at the base neck and flood. And then let's skin, export skin, select the weight maps, save. Yes, I want to replace it. Then we can go back in and try setting this up one more time. We've got the joints, got the head. We can rotate this. We can see it's not the proper weights. And then we can go to the import weight maps. Select the weight maps, import, and let's see if that worked. Yep, it works because we have those faces on the correct map. Okay, so now that I have that set up, I can bring back all of my geometry. We should be good there. There is my lower jaw and my tongue. Where's the tongue? There we go. So if we look at it in wireframe, you can see the tongue is there. Both of those are going to end up being set up directly onto this joint. We'll do that through the code, and so we're not going to worry about that too much right now. There we go. And then other than that, let's save this project. So let's look at our code. So we're going to, in future lessons, take a look at connecting the lower jaw and the tongue to this joint. And then we're also going to start connecting the hair elements to the skeleton, kind of all the elements that we want to kind of move with the mesh. And then we're going to connect this all to our auto rig. The maps weights, we're always going to have to paint it once with this setup, but once we have it once, we can take those weights that we've exported and assign them to the mesh automatically, so we can do a check to see if the mesh is, or if the maps are created, then apply them. If they're not, just apply the default weights to the mesh. In this video, we are going to create a tool that we can use to build out the selections for our variables. So this is going to be kind of a standalone video right here where we show how to do that, and then we will integrate it to the base rig that we've been working on. So let's take a look at kind of what the tool will do. So like right now I just have the default selections, but let's say the base head geometry was all of a sudden going to be this. You can select it and then it will update that. And then when we can end up querying these values later and be able to assign that to different things that we're doing. So like, for example, in our auto rig head, we can do the, or not create skeleton, but this one. Base head is selection 0. So instead of doing selection 0, we can actually grab the value from here and we would be able to get the base head. So let's take a look at doing that now. I'm gonna import Maya.cmds as MC. I'm gonna define a function to create the window. So let's selection window. And once we get to integrating it to the other code, we're actually going to simplify this function to actually end up only being the code that is for the layout of the window, and then we're going to add that as a tab to our main rigging window. Okay, so we have this, and we got to check to see if mc.window, and then let's call this select parts, and this has to be a string. Exist equals true, and let's expand this. Okay, so we're checking to see if the window exists. If it does, mc.delete UI, select parts. Then now that we know that the window doesn't exist, we can create the window. And then let's create a layout. In this case, I'm going to use a grid layout. The number of columns is going to be 3. Is it 3? Yeah. Then we want the cell width height, and that's going to be equal to, let's try 150 and 20. Then the basic idea is that we're going to give it a text to describe what the current selection that you're going to be modifying is. So L for label equals, and then we'll say base head. And then we're going to do a text field. And inside of the text field, we're going to need to give it a name. So let's say this is the base head field. And then we'll leave it blank now, but we'll actually update it with default values. Now that we have the text field, we need to create a button. And the button is going to be our update button. Okay, and then let's run the selection window. Oops. There we go. Oh, we didn't show the window, so let's show the window. Show window. There we go. So we have the base head, we have a field, and then we have to update. So that's the basic layout that we're going to be working with. So the button needs a command to run to update the a field. So let's create that function. I'm going to define update part field. And then what we're going to do is we're going to need a variable that's going to be part. And then we're going to say mc.text field. And then we're going to look at specifically the part, which is going to be the variable here. And then we're going to say edit equals true. And it might be text or value, we'll see. Let's try value. Let's do tx equals true. So, oops, I said 3. It should be E for edit. So we got the part, the field, and whatnot. So in this case here, we're going to say command is equal to. We need to do this as a string, so we do that. And then the part is going to be the base head. And because this is a string, we have to switch it over to the other types of quotes so it works. So let's see if this works here. We're going to click update, and there is a issue. It says object base head not found. And let's take a look at that. So we have the text field is actually called base head field. So let's copy this. Base head was just text. I selected the wrong item. Okay, and then let's try update. And we can see that it just says true. Let's take a look. Is it value? Oh, sorry. I know what tx is what we want, but it was giving us this true value. What we want is the current selection. So let's get the selection mc.lssl equals true. And this is going to be our selection variable. And then let's do a condition statement. If the len of cell equal to 1, then we do this. Else mc.error, and I don't remember the flag for the error. It just might be value. Let's see. Error. Okay, we just put a string in there. So we got the string, and we'll say only one object must be selected. Okay, embedded syntax. Where did we mess up the syntax? Oh, text right here is going to be cell index level 0. Let's try that now. There we go, we get the base head. Now if we want to set up a default value, let's copy this so that we can use that. In the text field, we can go here and then do comma tx equals, and then in strings we'll put that. So that's going to be my default value. So if I run this, you'll see that it is there by default. So if I clear it and X out and then run this again, you'll see that it has that base text. So if we wanted to add other elements, we can do that. We basically need these 3 lines, and we'll paste them here. This time, instead of base head, let's say that we do hair, and then we'll say this is the hair field. The default value is going to be my hair geo. So let's copy that, and then text hair field, then, or hair geo, then the string that we need here is going to be the name of the text field. And then let's run this. Line 13. Oh, this should be label equals, And then over here, we'll do here also label equals. And let's try that again. And then we have those default values, and we can select whatever geometry we want to update those. And then we can basically get a query for the text, and then we'll be able to get those values inside of any other code. In this video, we are going to be looking at tab layouts inside of Maya for our UIs. So right now I have the skeleton window for our face rig setup. Then I also have this selection window that we created. I did expand on it a little bit. It's just creating more. I think we just created the first two in the video. I just expanded it to the other geometry that I know that I'd want to connect. Then I also have this layout that we've been using to start building everything. At this point, I kind of like this layout the best, so this versus this one. So I'm gonna kind of build it off of this window and then add these elements into this and eventually connect everything. But in this video, we're just going to be focusing on how to bring these elements together to create a workable UI for us with tabs. Okay, so right now, what I'm going to do is break apart this into separate functions, and my dog is barking. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So what I want to do is break this into a function just so that it's a little bit easier to see what we're doing. So I'm going to define rigging steps UI there, and then what I would do is call this function inside of here. So it should go through the process and create that window. So we don't have anything different yet. Let me close these out for now so that way they're not confusing. Okay, so I have that. And then let's take a look at doing that for this one too. So I'm going to copy this out. Yeah, this is the default selection. So let's copy all of this and bring it into here, and we'll create our own function for this. So let's define default selection UI, and that should be together. And then I'll paste all that in here. So one issue that I already see that's going to happen is that I have the show window here. So I need to remove it from that function here and actually stick it outside of the function inside of there. And then I am going to call this function over here before the show UI. And if I try to run this, it will likely break and not give us an expected result. You can see it tries to fit it all inside of that one UI here. So what we can do is set up a ability here where we're going to say mc.set parent, and we're going to go up one level. So it kind of brings it right underneath. Obviously we want it in a tab, but right now we just have it in the UI. So what we're doing is checking if the window exists. If it does, delete it. Then we go in and create the window. We create a column layout. The first thing in the column layout is going to be the UI elements. And then for the rigging, then we go up a level because we were inside of this column layout. And then we create the default selection UI. And then I think this column layout will actually move that into the, actually, we'll keep it there, yeah. And then let's start working on the tab layout. Now that we have enough, we're going to create a variable for this. We'll call it tabs is equal to mc.tab layout. And then our first tab is going to be this one. So our rigging steps tab is going to equal that column layout. And then after we've done that, we're going to create another column layout. This time we're going to call it default selection, or let's just call it defaults tab. And then down here, so if we do this, we kind of get something, but it's not doing exactly what we want. It gives us a tab. It calls it column layout, which is the ID for the column layout we're creating here, but it doesn't create the second layout. Basically what we have to do is call the tabs layout again at the end. And then we're going to call tabs as the layout that we are modifying. We're going to say edit equals true. Then we are going to say tab label. And let me double check if there's a casing there that is required. So we have the tab label capital L. Okay, so tab label, not plural, equals, and then we're going to open and close parentheses where we're going to put that, and then we're going to set an open close parentheses for each tab. Right now we only have 2, so we'll do that. And then what we're going to say is rigging steps tab, the variable that we created for the first one. We're going to say, we give it a label, it's equal to auto rig, and then default tabs is the next one, and that's going to be equal to defaults. And we have an error. Let's double check the syntax on that. Okay, it's separated by a comma, not an equals sign. So instead of equals, I just do comma, which makes sense because the equals is here for all of this. Okay, let's try that now. And we have an invalid syntax, which I'm sure is that one line. Tab label, edit equals true, tabs. Let me pause and figure out what's going on. I'm sure I'm missing something simple. Okay, I think I found it. It's basically we open and close a tab here, or parentheses here, and by the end we open and close it there, but we're not closing the tab layout, so we need an additional parentheses. And now we have another error. Skeleton window layout not found. Scale window, scale window. Okay, give me a moment. I'm going to pause again. Okay, so the reason this is not working is because it's trying to find the tab layout. It should be at the same level. So each time we go into a layout, we need to jump out with the set parent. So here we have the column layout, and we jumped out of the column layout. But if we look at the rigging steps here, we create a grid layout and we stay inside of the grid layout. So if we paste the set parent there, we'll jump out of it. So we've created the tabs, we're inside of that. We created the column layout, we jump out of it here. We create the grid layout, we jump out of it there. And now here on this other grid layout that we have for the default section, we need to jump out of it as well. So we have a grid layout there, we jump out of it. And then also we've created another column layout. We need to be able to jump out of that. So because we've jumped out of each one of these layouts, we are now at the level of this tabs layout. So when we run it, we should have the setup here. We have the auto rig, and then we have the defaults. So that works well for us. Now I want to take the information that we have here and add it to the rig layout tab. So we've created the window here. We need a text field group here, and we have the name that we called it, so that way we can access it in the future. So we have a column layout for the tab here. I could put it inside of there. I'm just going to put it inside of the rigging UI setup. So if I run this, you'll see that we have it there. It's not inside of the grid layout, but it is inside of the column layout. So that works out there. Something else that we could do, I guess, is change it from a tab layout and do kind of like a text field layout, and then switch it to be a part of the grid layout. So we'll put a text, and then we'll put the name, which actually might be not a bad idea, but that can be organized at any point. Controls position, we probably want it together here with the bind skeleton. Here in bind skeleton, we're actually going to say, instead of bind skeleton, we're going to do create rig, because we're going to bind the skeleton within that step. So select the base head, and we can separate this into other steps, which would probably be a little bit better. So I'm going to do that between lessons, just clean this up. But we got the tabs, that's kind of the goal that we had here. And then I'm just going to add the control position as well. So let's go to the current, and then we have this here. And then inside of here, I'm gonna, at this point, just add it here. But what I'm going to do in between lessons is kind of organize the steps. So the first thing I want to do is get the character name, then create the skeleton, then position the joints, then set the control position, then I'll probably separate the set head as its own, and finally create rig. So it'll be like 5 or 6 steps, but I want to break it out into as simple steps as possible. That gives us options. And that way, actually, let's kind of, I'll show you really quick. Basically, like step 1 would be this, and then I'll put a, let's see if we just stick this over here. And then it would be step 2. I'm not going to like the way this lays it out because it kind of crunches it there. But it's kind of the idea. So what I can do is maybe do a text field. That's the character name. There's not going to be any label here, but we'll say character name. So that way it gives you the idea of creating the name. So let's say input character name here. Let's see what that looks like. That works. So we can have something like that. And then we would do the, I know that I said I wasn't going to do it, but might as well. So we are in the grid layout here. So then we do step 3 is going to position the joints. Step 4, we'll set MC.text, maybe inside of each name. So step 4 is going to be the control positions. Let me see if I just take this, what it's going to look like at this point. So I missed the whole second one because of the size of the grid layout, which is not ideal, but let's keep that there for the moment. And then we're going to have another text after that. That is going to be here. This is going to be step 5. And then we'll have another text, which basically will say, select base head. Then step 6 is going to be the create rig. There we go. So we have the 6 steps. I think with the control position and the character name, I'm going to do something slightly different to make it work. So what I'm going to do is inside of each one of those. So let's find that. So we have the character name here. And what I'm going to do is create a row layout. And number of columns is going to be equal to 2. And because we created a row layout there, we have to set the parent. And that's just going to be 1 level up. Okay, so we have the text field. And so we can do that. And then we'll add a text. And then we'll say the label is equal to character name. Let's see what that looks like. It should probably be better. And I misspelled heroes. There we go. There we go. And then with the grid layout, I want it to be a width, and the row layout, I want to set up the width and height. So let's see. Command documentation for this. If we have a column width, so we can set each one individually. Width, so I can do the whole thing, and that's what I'm going to do for now. We can define it individually, which could be beneficial in the future, but I am just going to do the whole thing as the width. So W equals 200. And that kind of set it up, but it's not quite what I want. So let's go to each one individually. So we have the window here and column width. Let's set that up rather than defining each one, but if not, column width 1 and column width 2. That could do each, column width 2. We'll just do column width right now, see if that gives us a better result. So we have the row layout, column width, and we have 2 columns, so each one's going to be 100. Okay, it's expecting 2, so let's put it inside of parentheses. Do 100 comma 100. It's kind of staying the same, so I'm just not going to worry about it. There we go. And then we're basically going to set up the row layout again, but for the position of the controller. So we need that row layout with 2 columns. Then we need the set parent. We're also going to need a text field, or not text field, but a text. And the label is going to be equal to control position. And then with the float field, let's see if we take out the label here, what we're looking like. And that looks okay, except that this is kind of a little bit too short. Let's see if we can, let's try the column width again, but it's likely not going to be work. This time it's going to be 50, comma, actually, 100, comma 100. And I have to make sure that I have an equal sign here. And that doesn't adjust it. Let's see if we can adjust the size of the infield group. So let's search for width, and we have a column width for the infield group and a width value. Let's try with the width value first. So that the infield group, we have these values here, and then just say comma w equals 100. Actually, it's probably 50, but it should be. And that is too little, actually. Yeah, 100. We end up getting that cropped off. So let's try to do them individually. And we have CW2 sets the width of both columns, ignored if not exactly two columns. Okay, so we'll try that. CW2. CW2. Now we'll do comma 100. Actually, it should be 50 and 50 this time. There we go. That fits. That looks good. Yeah. So we have that. We have that. Position joints, create rig, and then the only other thing is that I have the clear scene. And what I'm going to do for that, because that's not going to be something that I have in the final tool, I'm just going to stick it all the way in the bottom. So let's do the clear scene button here. And then if we jump up over here, I'm going to do it before we set the last parent. Let's see. Didn't like that. Oh, because it's probably over here. We have it on clear scene over there. So I want it at the end, but here. There we go. So we have the clear scene. This is just mostly a tool right now while we're working on the project, but that gives us a layout that we can work with. And I might do some tiny tweaking to make this look a little bit better between sections, but that's the general idea. Maybe I'll add some spacers or something, I don't know. But this is how you end up with the default layouts, and then I did spend some time cleaning up the layout to work for the scene that we are building with the current rig. So let's save this so that I don't lose it. So with the auto rig startup, right now it's not going to work, but we will set it up to connect everything in the next video. So right now, everything's kind of separate in separate files. We have the default selections, we have the face skeleton, and then we have the auto rig setup that we have right now. So we need to kind of merge all of these together and put it into one functional tool. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to merge our code from the face rig where we're attaching all the blend shapes and creating the control to be able to get the movements of the body, and then also for attaching the weights in the rig right now. So when we run this code, we get the UI here, and right now we can create the skeleton and create the rig. The rig is only focused on setting up the bind and the skeleton at this point, so we're going to add the controls and the blend shape to that right now, and then we'll give it more flexibility in the future. Just to keep it simple for you guys, we're going to put it all in one file, and that's what we've been doing. It's not necessarily best practice, but this is what we are doing to be able to get this to work as easily as possible for you guys, hopefully. Ideally, you'd probably be working with importing your own Python files to reference different parts of your code. But like I said, we're just focusing on getting this working properly for you guys as in an easy manner with one file right now. All right, so current is basically what we want. So we need all of these functions. We're not going to call this anymore. And then let's look at the imports. So over here, we're only importing MyS commands. And over here, we're importing OS. So let's add that here. Okay, we got that. And then we don't need the window because we're going to be using our own window, but we're going to need to reference this to see what functions we're calling, what we're calling some of the variables. And then we can copy this. It should be all of the functions. So after the UI elements, I'm going to go here and paste all of the functions that we are running for our command. And I mean, we're just pasting things in here right now. It may or may not work exactly the way we expect it to once we start trying to run it. So this is kind of why we're doing this step, is just debugging anything that we may need. Okay, and then when we run the rig here, create face rig, we run the create face rig function. So over here, and hopefully we don't have any clashes in names of functions. That's part of the reason why we would import a separate Python file rather than trying to copy and paste it in here. But we're going to just debug some of this as we need to. So in here, we have the button to create the rig. So we're doing the bind skeleton. Let's look at, actually, let's, instead of bind skeleton, we'll do run create face rig. And then we'll look at the bind skeleton and add that to the other process. So bind, this is the create face rig. We need to jump down to bind skeleton here. We get the selection and use that to create the skin cluster. So let's copy this and jump into this big function that's the create face rig. So after we save the selection, I'm going to run the bind skeleton function, which should create the skeleton for us. And we are already saving the selection so that way we can use it. And then we are using it here. What we can do is feed in cell, and then inside of that bind skeleton function, we will do cell here and remove that. So that way we're not doing this twice. Build skeleton, and right now we are just getting it directly. We're not actually using the defaults. Eventually we will, but we'll link that in a future episode or tutorial. I just want to make sure that this is all working. So let's look at the UI for the clear scene. So we have clear scene here. Clear scene, we're running the function clear scene. So we're searching for that clear scene. It takes the selection. And again, some of this selection stuff we can actually adapt with the defaults in the future. But we're clearing the scene. That's the same function. We get the selection, delete the history, clear the controller. Blend shapes equals select it true. Actually, we're not going to need any of the blend shapes anymore because we've already deleted it. And here we're saving the selection anyways, so we don't need to get that selection anymore. All right, let's test our code here. So I'm going to select the head, clear the scene. We need to add the skeleton to remove, but other than that, it should be all cleared. But let me just delete the history one more time. So let's look at creating the skeleton. That all looks good. We select the mesh and create rig, and we did get an error on line 83, and like I said, it was to be expected. Okay, so we're getting the fields control position value 1 and value 2. So let's look at how we're calling it here. And actually, we might eventually shift it over to the default. Actually, it's probably a good idea to set that up now. I'll do it between videos. We'll just get the float field. And on line 83, so it's going to be a float field, and then we have X and Y. So it's a float field. And the X value is this. And Y is going to be the same thing, but with the Y. Okay, so let's delete the rig here, and let's create the skeleton, create the rig. And again, we have an error, 317, 315. Says no object matches the head aim text, skin cluster, cell 0. For some reason, it is grabbing. Let's try that one more time. Make sure that we have the selection correct. It might have been just me using the tool incorrectly. The all by type history. So we create that, and then we have to select the head and then create rig. Okay, now we're back to the other. It was me just running the tool incorrectly. So it's going to be value instead of value 1 and value 2. Okay, so we'll delete the skeleton here, edit, delete all by type history, and then again, create rig. Oh, I didn't rerun the code. Edit, delete all by type history, clear, run. There we go, and then we can create face rig, select the head, create rig. Character name not found, so we set up the character name here. And eventually we're going to switch it over to this side. It's just to simplify things, we'll add it all into the defaults. But right now we are not there. We're just making sure the code works. So character name right here, char name. And that's a text field. So let's copy this, and it's on line 85. So char name is the same, except that it is a text field probably. Yep, text field instead of a text field group. And I'm using the text field now rather than text field group just because it makes things a little bit cleaner. It looks nicer, basically. Okay, let's run this. Delete that, select the head, just clear scene. That's fine. We'll do a catch for that in the future. But let's take a look at setting up the rig now. So create the face rig, select the head, create the rig. We're reading in blend shapes, so things are looking good. All right, so let's take a look, make sure that it's working properly. So the deformations are all working. And then here, this is working, hopefully. So it's not, and that is because I believe we're deleting the history right here. So we bound the skin, and then we delete the history of the head just in case. But we're clearing the history already. What we can do if we want to keep this is let's put this before the bind. And in order to use that there, we need the base head here. So that way we have that variable. Okay. And since we're kind of moving variables, it might be good to just set variables kind of at top before we actually do anything. So all of this is variable setting. So we set all our variables up on top, then we start doing stuff. There we go. So all our variables are set here. Before we start doing anything, we delete the history on the head, then we start binding everything. So let's select this, run all our code, clear the scene, and then let's create a skeleton, select the head, create base rig, and we have an error on line 102. No object matches face blends. So let's see. This is 102. Okay, we're deleting the history here before or after we create the blend shapes. So technically we're doing something there. So that is we're setting a variable, but we have to do something to actually set it. So we're going to clear the history before that. And I think everything before here is just setting variables. So here, let's clear the scene. And we have that and that. I guess that's why we had the blend shape selection, to catch it when it's broken, but we should have a condition on it so that it doesn't do that. So I'll fix that between videos. Create skeleton, select head, create rig. Okay, so now we should have the deformers working. And let's check if this is working. So it's bound. In the future lesson, we'll have to look at getting the paint weights attached, but if we just attach that now, we'll see that it's working. Obviously we need to connect all the auxiliary geometry to it, but we have a working script now, and then we can do tweaks. So in between lessons, what I am going to do is take this code here and update it a little bit. So I'm going to move the control position to default, then let's see, the character name, we'll move it to default, and I think everything else we can keep here. So it removes 2 steps, we'll have 4 steps instead of 6. And then I'll also update the clear scene just so that it works properly. We have another video where we kind of went over how to create the clear scene. I'm just going to add a couple conditions to check to see if those things exist to clear it out, just so that I can clear out everything, because right now we're deleting the blend shapes, but if they exist, we do want to get the blend shapes deleted. And then also we want to be able to delete the skeleton here. So I'm going to add that to the clear scene. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at connecting elements to the face rig to be able to move them with it that are not part of the head mesh that we have here. So some elements that will be needed to work on: eyes, brows, hair, the teeth on the top and the bottom, and the tongue, which is a little bit hard to see here. You can see it in a wireframe. Take back to 0. So there we go. So that is what we are going to be working on, because everything else right now should be working. So we have eye movement, we have brow movement, then we have nose and mouth. The mouth, we do have to at some point connect this to the mouth movement, but we're gonna focus on the geometry right now, getting all the geometry to move with it, and then we will get the mouth movement working properly. So right now, there is one other thing that, actually, no, we won't focus on that, but I did do an update where I created the weights path. We'll use this in a future lesson, but just to show you guys that you can actually update the weights path so that we can apply it. I haven't added that to the script yet, but we can see how we would do that here. We basically create a variable that is a file dialog2, set the file mode to 1. The caption is just what the window says, select weight map file, and then we apply it to the field that we have here. And then later on, we'll be using this field to get information for being able to attach the weights when we are doing everything automatically. But for right now, we're going to be focusing on these elements here, where we want to attach those to the skeleton, so that way it moves, or the mesh, so that way it moves with the mesh. So let's move towards the top because it'll be a little bit easier to see what each one of those are. So we have the name of each one of these items here. The only difference is that when we are adding the selection for the field, we actually add underscore field at the end, so that way we can query that value. So let's go ahead and after we bind the skeleton, create a new function or call to a function that we're going to be creating. Let's say we call it attach geo parts. And then let's build out that function. And like I said, we'll do it up here. So that way we can see the names of all the items. Define geoparts. And then right now we'll do pass. So each one of these fields here are associated to geometry. This little UI in a past video, we went through and discussed how to set up like a button where we can update the elements. So that way, if your character model has a different naming convention, you can grab the naming from these elements here. Eventually, we're going to add the naming of the joints. I haven't gotten up to that point yet, but we'll add the joints down here as well. So that way we can create default names for the joints that don't necessarily have to go with this naming convention unless you want a different naming convention, so that you can use a different naming convention, but we'll set the defaults as well. So let's take a look at attaching this. So we're going to want to be able to parent constraint things to different joints. In this case, we're going to code directly the name of the joint. Eventually, like I said, we're going to have a variable that we will search for that joint. So let's call this JNT is going to be equal to, actually we'll say jaw JNT. You know what? We can define another function because we're going to have to attach things in different ways. So we'll define attach to JNT. There we go. And then we'll call this function in here. And we'll do that for each one of the joints. So the first thing we want to do here is, actually, we got too many spaces there. There we go. Too many spaces here as well for some reason. There we go. Okay, so in here we want to get the geo that we're going to be connecting to. So connected geo, and that is going to be equal to, let's set a variable here, geo. Okay. Actually, since we're going to be feeding that in there, we don't need to define it. The first thing that's going to be the geo, let's work with the lower jaw because it's going to be the easiest to see, which is going to be the lower teeth field. So lower teeth underscore field. and this should be in quotes there. So once we have that, I guess we do need to connect the geo. Connected geo is going to be equal to mc.text field group, or not group, sorry, geo. I'm going to say query equals true and tx equals true. And then that gives us the geometry name. So what we can do is say mc.group connected geo, and we are going to name it connect. We'll do it with an F string. Connected geo underscore grp, and we'll call this 0 grp, and then we can close quotes, and then we are going to create another group, and this time we're going to be connecting this item here, and we'll call this, actually, so this one's going to be called offset because of the order we're doing it in. Offset grp, and then we have offset grp, and then we're creating a 0 group. So basically we are putting the connected geometry inside of 2 groups. One zeroes out the transforms, then the second one we can use as an offset, and then we are going to take this offset group and actually parent it to the geometry. So we will set the direct name here of the jaw. Eventually, like I said, we'll switch this out for a variable, but that gives us the ability to use that as a joint. So we'll connect here J and T, and then we're going to say mc.parent constraint, and we are going to have the target be the joint. The item to be constrained is going to be this group, and we should probably name these. So 0 is going to be equal to that, and then actually offset, sorry. Offset is going to be equal to that, and then 0 is going to be equal to this, and then we'll connect offset here. And then we're going to say maintain offsets is equal to true. So that way we don't get the geometry shifting. Okay, so this should work. Before I go running everything, I'm just going to focus on this one part so that we can see if it works properly. So we're going to run all this here. So we should see that we have the 0 group, the offset group, then we have the teeth and the constraint inside of here. Now if we select this joint here, we can see that the teeth move with the jaw. There is some weighting issues that we can work with a little bit, so that way it doesn't go into the geometry, but as far as it moving here, it moves properly. Like I said, I just have to update the weights so that way it looks a little bit better here, but we can see that it's working. So let us reset the transformations here, and I'm going to remove that, and then we have this again, just so that we can work with everything else, and then delete by type history. So that way that geometry doesn't have any history again. There we go. Now that we have that working, we can see what else we need to attach. So using this parenting method, oops, I got the whole thing running again. There we go. We have the teeth that we did, but we need to do the tongue to the lower jaw, and then the upper teeth are going to go to the head, the eyes are going to go to the head, and then the hair and the brows are actually going to be using a different method. So we're going to have upper teeth field, and that's going to the jaw as well. Then let's copy this, and this is going to be, actually the upper teeth are to the head. Let's change this to the tongue here. So tongue field is going to go to the jaw, then the upper teeth are going to go to the base head. So the head joint right here that we have selected, and then the eyes are going to be going to that same joint, so we can connect these here. We got two more, for one for each of the eyes. So we have the left eye, and then this is going to be the right eye. Okay, so now let's test that all those elements work. I'm just going to run this section of the code, and let's just clear the selection there, just in case. Then run these. So we can see the teeth, tongue, the lower and upper teeth, and the eyes are all connected. So we can move this, and it all moves with it. We can see that if we do this from the neck, nothing stays behind. Also, a good test with this at this point is seeing if the eyes still work, and they do here. So that is part of what we want to make sure we update with the using the groups, because if we did that but just parent constrained the actual geometry itself, it would actually break the connections that we developed here. So that is why we created the 0 and offset groups for situations like that. Okay, so now we need to do the brows. Actually, let me see with the, yeah, we're going to have to, because we need some deformation. So we're going to use a wrap deformer for this. And with these, we really don't need to group them ahead because they're not actually being transformed or anything. They're being deformed. So let's do MC dot create wrap. Actually, we're going to need to select the items, so we will put that into the function. Define wrap to geo. Okay, so we have the create wrap, and then here what we are going to do is call the wrap to geo function, and inside of this function we're going to need some arguments. So we need the target and the deformed. So that's going to be the target geometry and the deformed geometry. And we're going to say MC.select, because for some reason the wrap deformer, it works a little bit differently and it's just easier to select the items. If there's any selection, we will clear the selection first. MC. And it's probably like overkill there, but I just want to be safe. Select, and then let's see, I think it's going to be deformed geometry, then target, and then we create the wrap. So the deformed geometry is going to be, or the target geometry is going to be the base head. So I'll take base head here, and this is going to be underscore field. And then the target geometry, we'll start off with the hair, underscore field. And then we can copy this, and then we basically switch out for brows instead of hair. So this gives us the field, but we need to actually get the command here to be able to get the connected geo. So, and we're going to need to do this twice. So connected geo target and connected geo deformed. Then we have target and deformed. And because we are getting the actual elements this way, the target is going to be here, and then deformed is going to be here. Okay, so let's go here, and I'm going to undo to the point where we have everything ungrouped again. There we go. And I'm going to run these commands. And if we did this correctly, when we move this, it will move it with it. And we should be able to see that if we, oops, not with the eye, but the brow. If we move the brow, we can move the geometry. So here, this is more of an issue of the deformers affecting kind of too much, where it's moving the back part of the head, but that might be okay for a stylized look. We can see that it does kind of move the hair quite a bit because the deformation is quite extreme here. But it is attached and it's moving with the geometry. Something that we could do is maybe have, because this was two separate pieces of geometry, edit or mesh separate. So we can take, or several pieces of geometry. We can take this whole section here that is the front part of the head, the hair, and let's combine that. And then here, and then this might not be an option for you guys. That's going to be, but it works with this style of model. So, and then we have both of these. Let's edit, delete by type, history, and then we can rename this as C underscore hair front underscore geo, and then C underscore hair base underscore geo. And then now that we have those, we can connect that to our path. So right now we have just the hair. So we'll say hair underscore front, and add one here that's going to be hair underscore base. And then we'll update this hair field here. So we're going to need one with base and front. Here. Underscore base underscore. And then let's copy this and paste it. And this is going to be front. And did I do a capital? I did. Okay, so I have the hair front, hair base. The only thing with this is that we're going to attach the hair to a joint, and we're going to use the head joint. instead. And then I'm going to have to run the whole code in order for this to update because I need the window. So I'm going to run all of this. And now that I've updated these variables, I can go back in and run this command here. And we have an error because everything was attached already. Oops, I need to go redo. Okay, so I'm gonna need to take all of these pieces of geometry here, Shift P to unparent them, then clear that. Then we can get all of this geometry here and delete the history. And then let's try running this again. Let's clear these, hair front. Where am I using hair? Did I undo the hair? I did, so let's update this code. So we have the, no, we had that. This should be here for the hair front. And then this is the base. Okay, let's try that. So I'm here, I'm gonna undo. So I have hair front, hair base. Do I have a hair geo? It doesn't look like it. Brow, okay. Let's try this again. We did get an error on line 77. I'm calling hair geo. Where are we calling hair geo? I'm gonna copy that and then do Control F and then search for hair geo. Oh, okay, we have the hair geo. We just need to update the names here. That's where we're going wrong. So we have the hair front. So I changed the field name, but I didn't change the actual name that's connected in there by default. Okay. So there we have everything connected again. So I'm going to comment this out for a second, run everything so it updates the tool, and then we can run. We actually only really need to run this lower teeth field not found. Lower teeth field. Let's copy this, and then we have lower teeth. It should be field at the end, unless I'm misspelling something there. Okay, let's comment this for a second. Run everything, should update the code now, and then let's do this. There we go, it looks like everything connected properly. So let's look at those brows. You can see that it deforms the head, but it doesn't deform that front part of the hair. It kind of interpenetrates a tiny bit, but that is okay. If we wanted to, we can kind of do a smaller deformation there, or just not push it as much. But that gives us the control, or we can even add like a kind of small controller here that will allow us to move the lower part of the hair with it if we wanted to. Okay, but that looks good. Now let's double check everything else. The mouth opens, the teeth go with it, and all of the head movement, it moves with it. And if we look at the eyes move independently. So we have everything connected. Something that I will work on between lessons is updating these weights, because we already discussed how to do the weights. I just want to improve the weights so that way they don't go through the teeth. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to automate the naming based off of these variables that we created. There's probably more things that we can add right here, but I'm going to start off with this set here. The script right now ends up erroring out because I've renamed some of these things. So what I want to be able to do is like select a geometry. Let's switch it over to something else. And you can update that particular field. We'll set up the weights in another video, but basically you can actually like select the weights this way, and then you can get that into there. But for each one of the elements here, we can grab the appropriate item and be able to update it. But we want to, when we're running the code here, be able to use these values into our script. So let's take a look at setting that up really quick. So here are each one of the sections. We did this in a previous lesson where we were creating this UI for the selection. Then if we go down to the function right here, basically it's a set of row layouts that are based off of the type of thing that we're doing. So we are updating the object, so a piece of geometry, it's set up to object. If we just need to get a float value, like the X and Y position for the control, and then a string value, which is the character name, and then the file, which is the weight path. So each one of these basically takes in part, default value, and the type. So the type tells us which a condition we're going to follow. The default value is going to be what is in the field. So you can see the text is equal to whatever the default value is. And then part is just going to be used for the name. And it's also running the update function that takes the field here and updates it with whatever is selected in the scene. So when we look at the field, we're going to need to query the part and the field in there so we can get those names back on top again here. So we do that, and then we would add underscore field for when we're trying to access it. Okay, so let's take a look at where we're going to want to access that. And part of it is going to be kind of automated. But here you can see the base head is based off of selection. So we could remove the selection part and say base head is equal to mc.text field. And then we need that string from the head, which is going to be base head. And put that here, and then underscore field. Then we want to say we want to query this value, so q equals true. And what do we want to query? The text value. So text is equal to true. So that will make that equal to the base head. So it should run and be able to set that up, and we don't need a selection. Clear scene. I'll need to revamp this whole thing, so I'll do this in a future video, probably, I don't know, soon. But let's take a look at anything that we are accessing. I know the eyes we're accessing. Eyes. So we have the geometry here. So what we can do is up here, actually where we're doing this, we can query the eyes. And we're going to need the left and the right. So we have left eye geo is equal to, and then right eye geo is equal to, and it's basically going to be the same thing here, but we're going to need to update it with the correct field name for the eyes. So we have left eye, and then right eye is the same thing but with right. So left eye goes here, and then right eye goes here. Now if we go back down to where the eye is, and we can look at the variable name, it is lowercase l for left, I geo, and then the same thing but for the right. So let's copy left, and let's go to the eye. We can see that we're doing it here. And I'm going to, and this is the right eye, so let's do the left eye. Since I have that selected, I'm going to paste that, and actually it's a variable, so I don't need it in quotes. Paste and paste. I removed the cornea just to make things simple, so I'm going to remove these two lines. And then we need that here, and this here, and then we need to remove this line and this line. So let's make sure that we're not accessing the geo anymore, and we're not. I'm missing a quote here. There we go. So that looks good, I believe now. And here we're going to do the same thing but for the right eye. So I'm going to rename this right, and then copy this new one. Can delete this eye, the cornea. Okay, then right eye and right eye, and delete the cornea sections because that doesn't exist anymore. Okay, and here we are actually doing this every time it goes into the eyes. So what I am wondering is there a way we can set this up as a condition? It's not going to break anything, so I'm going to leave it as it is right here, but it's doing more processes than we necessarily need. But that is okay for now. And then, so I think that's the only thing we were connecting here. Let's see the joints. Eventually I'll create a new set of joints, but I'm not going to show that in a video. I'm just going to get some values for the joints, so that way you can get joint names, and we're basing it off of the structure here. Right now they're hard-coded. So rebuild skeleton here, we'll do the same thing with the parenting. We'll access the name. That's fine. Skin cluster, we should come up with a way to name this more procedurally. Actually, name equals MC, or name equals MC dot text field, and it's going to be base underscore head underscore field query equals true, text equals true. Okay, so we're going to make the value equal to that plus underscore skin cluster. Okay, so that way we have a procedural name that is assigning that based off of the naming that we have here. Let's find the skeleton window. So here, we're not getting any automatic names, that's fine. Default values, geoparts, attach geoparts. So here is an area where we're going to need to procedurally generate this, which is right underneath this section, which is kind of convenient. Let's expand this Let's make our code a little bit bigger. There we go. So lower teeth. Yes. Actually, do we have them attached to fields? Let's look at the attached, using it as a string. But, oh, because we would be doing the offset. Connected geo is text field geo, so we're already doing that, but they shouldn't be, oh, they should be strings, never mind. Okay, so we're automatically connecting those things. And then we should have with the create controller somewhere, when we are doing this part, character name, we're basing it off of character name and it's getting that already. And XY, it's getting those already. Okay, so we've connected everything, I believe. So in theory, this should work now. Select the head. Oh, actually, I don't need to select anything. I'll have to update this now. But I should be able to create the skeleton here and then deselect everything and create the rig. 104. So over here, it's trying to get the selection. What we can feed it instead is the base head. 104. Right? That's where there is? Yeah. 104. There we go, base head. And then let's find this. So here we're getting selection 0. We'll just say this is the base head, and then we're going to be connecting base head. There we go. Let's search for cell to make sure that there's nothing else trying to get a selection. I'm clearing the selection a few times. Okay, that's for the clear sane. Like I said, I'll work on that separately. Update field, that's fine. That's where we want a selection. That's weird. Select the base head and then clear the selection. I don't think we need that at all, because we were doing something and then stopping it right away. Okay, let's try the code now. Let's see. Just all the text and joints, cool. So we can get rid of these, and then let's clear the history and run this. So we don't need anything selected. Create face joints, everything works. And then create rig. We do have an error. Cell on 3, 29. I'm right in this section. Oh, I'm not clearing the selection. Sorry. I just broke that for us. And edit, delete all by type history. So we did need that. I thought we were clearing the selection, but we're creating a variable there. That's completely different. So clear the selection, create face rig. There we go. That looks like everything's working. We'll see if it errors out, if it attaches all the blend shades, but I don't think it will. Great. All right, so let's double check that everything is working. Let's just do this and be a little bit better. Looks like there's some deformation in the neck width that was distorted, and in the mouth a little bit, but we get all these default values working fine. It just might be that at some point I didn't reset some of these values, so it's getting a little bit weird movement. I'll take a look at that in between. So like if I were to freeze the transformations here, it would have an offset on the eyes. So that's kind of what's happening. At one point I didn't clear it correctly, but I have the head saved elsewhere, so I should be okay. Okay, so that is working for us. The rig is working. Let's make sure that the head and all the geometry moves. It does. The mouth moves. Oh, the weights. So we'll take a look at the weights for this, but if we just want to see it working really quick, we can import the weights maps based off a project. Oops, I imported in the wrong section. I want to go import from the deformer. And then weights, import. And now that should work. No, I thought I had a different file. I'm sure I did. File, import weights. It might be in a different folder. Yeah, it's in the scripts folder. So I got up level scripts, head weights. Nope. Well, I'll play around with that. It doesn't matter at this point, but everything is working to the point that we would expect. We need to add the joint rotation to the mouth in future video. We need to do the import skin weights, and then after that, I think all there is left is a little bit of cleanup, and we will be completely done with the face rig here, like a basic version. I'll update it and kind of show you guys also the potential of how you can get the most out of this, adding some extra advanced features and also a option to do things manually as well. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to fix some geometry issues that we have been working with. We're going to build a script to do it. So if we move the eyes, you'll see that the base shape has been deformed. So it's kind of creating some flickering around the neck. So probably what that ended up happening to be able to do that was that I had kind of like a deformer set, and then I went in and on the base shape deleted the history, and then I kept on building off from that, and I don't have a clean original head. So ideally you would save out a extra file and make sure that you never touch it, and then that way you can fix it and update it. So I didn't do that, but we can still fix it with some code. To prevent this in the future, what I did with my code here is I kind of added more of the defaults that I needed to the script, and I cleaned up the clear scene function. So if I go clear scene, there is a function. There we go. So I go through all of my elements that I need in the scene. So I go and query all of that, and I got the base head, the joints, the head, and everything, the eyes, everything that is in the scene that I need to make sure that is reset to a default position. One of the things I did was reset the controls. So basically all of the controls I go through and zero out. So that way there is no deformations on this. And then after that, I check if something exists in the scene. And if it does, I delete the history. Certain things like the joints and the controls, I don't need them anymore. So I delete the objects themselves. And then things like the teeth, where there's a constraint and we have a set of groups, I go through and check to see if it exists. If it does exist, I go and delete it. So you can see right here, I check to see if the object exists. If it exists, I look through the relatives, and if it has the zero offset groups, basically if it is a child of something else, then it goes through and deletes them. So that makes my cleanup a lot nicer than it has been in the past. So I can go to clean scene and I'm back to the defaults. But we can see that even with the defaults, I have that weird modeling issue. So we need to write a code to fix that. Let's go through and build the skeleton. I don't need anything selected anymore. Create rig. So it goes through and imports all the blend shapes. And at this stage, we could have a blend shape that we want to kind of get the default values from. But a easy way to kind of do that is just take one of the blend shapes here and put it all the way activated, and then we can take that shape here and duplicate it. So we have basically the eyes, one of the eye blend shapes here. But we can see on the geometry here in the neck that it is clean. And we can look at the base head here, and let's turn the visibility off on this one really quick. Oh, the head looks fine because the blend shape is activated, but as soon as we take this and put it back, you can see the weird deformation issues. So we want to get that to default. I'm going to hide the joints to make this a little bit easier. And let's start the script, and I hid this. Just Control Z until I get it back. There we go. So take the joint and turn the visibility off. There we go. Okay, so I need this shape. I'm hiding it. I'm just going to basically be taking the elements that I want from that one. So let's go to an empty tab here, and we're going to start off by import maya.cmds as MC. And then we're going to create a function. I'm going to define align vert to vert. So essentially what we're going to do is take the vertices of one head and align them to the other. Luckily with us, because we know that they're blend shapes, the point IDs are exactly the same between one point and another. So we're going to take the selection. I have already built the script, so I'm actually going to copy this and paste it so that way we save some time, and you'll see it jump in the future between code. But here we basically get a selection. So let's test it by print cell, and you can see what it does. And let's actually run this function. Align vert to vert. Invalid syntax. Oh, I see. No, yeah, because I have the colon there. Okay, so we can see how we have the base head there. But if we go in and select the vertices, for example, we'll get each individual vertice. So right here with this, we're creating a list. So mc.ls, we're creating a list based off of the selection. And then this is a variable that we set to true. And basically what it does, I can delete it so that you can see the difference here. So we can see that it's telling us we have the vertexes between this range and this range. And then here we have an individual one. And then here we have a range again. So when we add the FL equals true, what it does, it gives us each individual point individually. So it doesn't ever give us a range. So we're able to separate the vertices into individual vertices because we're going to actually loop through them now that we have a list. Okay, so what is that going to look like? We are going to make a for loop, and we're going to create this variable vert, and we're going to basically loop through the selection, and each time it loops, the vert value is going to change. So we're going to be going through each individual point and doing something. Another thing that we're going to need is, one, we're selecting the points here, but then we also need to have the mesh that we're going to be getting the point information from. So we need to be able to get that selection and know that we don't actually want to do any of the process on this last one, moving any points there. So basically, if the vert is equal to -1 on the select, which will actually work backwards on the selection. So as long as this is the last item selected, it's going to check for that. what are we going to do? We're just going to pass. And basically that will do everything for each one of the points. And let's do an else statement here so that we can see. You're going to print vert. Okay, so if we go here, we can see each time it individually prints a vertex. And the last item that goes through the list should be the iBlend that we selected here last. And we can see that it's not printing net values. So we know that we are only iterating through the points. Actually, we're iterating through everything, but we're only going to be doing anything inside of this else statement, which is going to be all of our vertices. So if we look at the names here, we basically have the vertex number, and then we have the geometry number, or the geometry name. So we can see head, base head geo. The last one would actually be iBlend, which is the only thing. So we want to be able to get that name and kind of update it so that way we can relate the points from one head to the other, or one geometry to the other, as long as they have the same vertex numbers. So we're going to create a condition here. We're checking the, oops, wrong statement. Let's try that again. So what we're going to be doing is splitting the name. So we're getting the base name here, and we're splitting it by the dot. So we're taking the whole string and we're splitting it into an index, and then we're telling it keep index 0. So that's going to give us the base head here. Let me pause this. I might not need that. Okay, so now that we've split this into 2 sections and we kept the base name, which is going to be this default name, we want to take the full name, which is going to still be vert, and we're going to replace the base name with the name of our last geometry here. So let's go ahead and do that here. So we're going to create a new variable. It's going to be our target points. We're taking the name vert and we're replacing the base name with cell -1. So we've already established that cell -1 is going to be this target geometry that we're aiming for. So that's going to be the new name. So let's test this out. And what I'm going to do is print the verts, and then actually let's do an f string vert comma target points, and we will run this. Oh, because I need a colon there. So we can see, let's add a space and run it one more time. There we go. So we have the base head here. Then we have the vertex number. Now we have the iBlend, which is that duplicated head we created, and it is going to be the same exact point. So we have both elements that we can do, so that way we can compare the points and be able to assign new values to them. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to need is the position of the points. So there is a Maya function. We're going to get point position. We're going to basically be aiming at the target points, and we're going to base it off of the local position to the head. So the reason we're choosing local is that, for example, if we turn the visibility on this head here, and we unlock the channels and move it. So if we were using this head over here to adjust the points from, we can get the local translations of each point from its pivot compared to this one. But if we had it set to world, which is the defaults, it's actually going to shift all the points in world space over to where this head is. So by setting it to local, we can have any shape that we know is an exact copy of this, even if it's in a different world position, and actually be able to get a good position for being able to fix the issues. Okay, the last thing we want to do, and actually let's print that really quick before we go further, and read this at the end now. And then let's do point position over here. Oh, I don't have anything selected for the points, so let's try going through that again. We have the points there, select the head, then we can run all of this, and you can see we have a X, Y, and Z value for our point positions. So all we have to do at this point is transform the points from one position to the other. So we're going to take the initial vert value. So we're going to transform. We're going to use the xform command from Maya. Get the original vert. So we're getting this vert here. World space is going to be false because we are going to local space. And then the target position is going to be the point position that we've generated here. So let's get into a side view so that I can kind of select all the points properly. So actually, let's just grab everything from the bottom here. And then let's look at select the head, and then we can run all of this. Okay, so if we look at the base head now, we don't have any of the weird deformations. Everything looks just like in the head here, but you'll see that if we move it, we're still having an issue. So what's going on? That is because we've already created the blend shapes, and then it already has kind of the deformation associated with it. So now that we have a fixed version, what I'm going to do is clear the scene, and let's get rid of this head for right now. Let us create the skeleton, then create the face rig. It's going to take a second, and then once it is done, we can actually test it. So let's look at the eye movement, and we can see that we're not having any weird deformations on the jaw here. You can see that there's some kind of shaking of the brows, and I don't think that is a natural blend shape. So let's take a look. Let's say we kind of take this, and you can see even when we're doing the mouth here, we're getting that eye movement, and the mouth should not be affecting the brows all the way up here. So what I'm going to do is kind of repeat this process. I have this blend shape all the way up at 1. I am going to duplicate it so that way I have my target here, and then I can go in and select the vertices, on the head geo here, and I want to get kind of this area here, and I'm going to make sure I kind of go all the way up to the top. There we go. And then we can do the same thing, select the head, and then go to our script editor and run this script. It goes through and fixes everything. And again, we have to go back in and take this head, clear the scene. And because I have updated the clear scene, it resets everything to defaults there. And then we can create the face skeleton and then create the rig. And we can double check it here now when we are moving the eyes. Let's see how that moves. So it does move the brows, but you don't have that jittering like it did a moment ago, where before it was like kind of like jittering back and forth as it was moving. The brows do move a little bit, but I think that's okay. Let's see here. That moves it. That's to be expected. We have a little bit of extra movement on this brow over here. So what I'm going to do is try to fix it one more time. Let's try this one. So I should not have anything at all on that brow. So here you can see that there's no movement in the brows, which is to be expected. Here there's some. So let's put this at 0. That's all the way to -1. Then we can duplicate the base head, 0 out the transforms here, and then we can go into our side viewport, select the head, go to Vertex, let's grow the selection a little bit more. Hopefully that's okay. I think it will be. So then we'll select that other geometry and go back in and run the code. Okay, minimize this, delete the extra head, clear the scene, create the face rig, and then we can hopefully do one final test. So let's check the eyes here. Let's check the mouth. So we can see that there's no extra deformation there. Let's check the brows. It's only moving the brows, that's good. And I think what's left here is just kind of the little bit of eye movement that is incorporated with these blend shapes already, because everything else looks okay. So the base head is good. The eye movement is what's deforming the eyes here, but it's not creating the jitter that we had before. We can check all the other blend shapes. They are great. We don't have any weird deformation on the neck or anything like that. So we have a working tool now, and basically at this point, between lessons, I'm going to go in and I'll add another tab, and I will add this as a bonus tool, this script here, so that way when we run this code, if we, at any point we needed to be able to fix anything, we can fix it afterwards through our bonus tool here. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at transferring weights onto this character rig if we have the weights available. So right now I don't have anything in there, but I can go in and select the head weights, open, and then it gives us the path, which we can actually use to connect the weights that we're working with. So we're going to add a function over here that is going to be transfer weights. So, and we can do it actually before we do that. Let's say we've already bound the skeleton here. So let's do it right after that. We're going to call it, oops, it's all caps, transfer weights. And then let's just define that up here. And I'll copy this just in case. And then right now I'm just going to pass. So we're going to transfer the weights here. Let's take a look at the weights right here. So it's going to be an add selection. You can see that the type that we're doing is a file. I just want to show you guys really quick how we get that file path. So here we go to type file, and in the button we're running update path, which is right underneath it. There we go. So we're saving a variable called file dialog 2. We have the file mode being 1 and the caption select weights file map. So basically, let's look at this command over here. So we have the file type. Was that the command? Oh, file mode, sorry. File mode. So file mode, it says any file, whether it exists or not, it would be 0. So you can create a path to that if you wanted to. Then a single existing file, which is what we're using right now. You can also do the name of a directory. Both directories and files are displayed in the dialog. name of the directory, only the directory is displayed, or the name of one or more files. So if we just wanted a folder, we could do that too, but we're just getting the direct file. So that's why we're using mode 1. And then caption, that's just going to be kind of the name on the top of the window. Then we are editing the text inside of the window. So that way, when we see it over here, it updates it and uses the variable that we saved out here, which is basically that file path. So that's how we're going to get access to the file path. And since I have this here, let's copy it because we're going to need access to that field. And we're creating it here. So let's do that already. So let's create a variable called path. And it is going to be equal to the text field. We're going to query this time, and text equals true. There we go. So that should give us the path name. Now we need to be able to get the weights. So there are a couple different methods of getting the weights out. So the traditional way that you've seen people and me do is go here, paint weights, which will work both ways, but the export weight maps right here inside of the skin method, it's going to export a set of images for each joint and associated them with weight based off of the color and the UVs, which is okay if you have UVs, but if you go to deform and you export weights here, it actually exports the weights to the point data, and it exports a XML file. So you can choose what deformer you're doing. So in our case, we want to get the skin weights. You'd select the path. I already have one saved out. You'd write it there. Then you can export. And that actually saves an XML file with each point on the head and a weight for the corresponding joint based off of that. So then when we import it, we want to make sure that we do it in the deform section and not the import weights here in the skin section. So import weights, we have to get a deformer. So let's go there and import weights. And you can see with the selected head, it gives us access to the deformers. We have the skin cluster or the blend shapes. So the skin cluster deformer is what we want. We would select the file, and then we're using the mapping method index. That's fine. And if some of the names were different, you can ignore names. Right now, we know that we've kept the standard name, so we can keep that there. So if I import, oh, I didn't select the file. That's why we got an error. Import, it should import the weights, and we have a working head. And if we look at the command that was run, for that we have the deformer weights right here, and we run that command. Okay, so let's look at how to implement that with code. Okay, so what we need is to call mc.deformer weights. Then we need to get the file name. So how do we get that? Well, we have this file here, and if we look at it in here, we have the slashes that are separating it, and we know that the last index here is going to be the index that we need. So let's call this file name is going to be equal to path.split, and then we're going to split it by those slashes. Then after we do that, we are going to do file name is equal to, actually, we don't even need to do that. Let's just do it in a single line. We can do bracket -1, and that should give us the last item in that split. So we can do it all in one line like this, so that way we don't have to worry about reassigning the file name again. Okay, so we have the file name, so that's going to be the first thing that we need. Then we need to tell it the method, which is going to be equal to index. IM equals true, so we're importing the deformer weights. Then the shape, what we're applying it to, is going to be equal to the base head geo, but the shape. So we have that information in our code as well, which we're going to need to grab. So it's going to be very similar to this. So let's copy this and paste it, and then we're going to modify it. So we're going to say head name, or let's call it head geo. And then we need to query the head. I think it's just called head. Oh. And the text field name, this is a variable, so we're going to actually need to get the actual text field. Let's grab both of those. I think this is like head base field underscore base underscore field. Okay, so let's go up a couple sections so that we could see where we're assigning those here. So it's base head, not head base. And then all of these end in underscore field, because if we look at the section for this, we can see that we add the underscore field to the names. So if we go and come back over here, head base is one, and then the weights path is the other. So I'll remember base head. Let's copy base path, and then we can update that here. So we just invert this base underscore head, and then this is going to be the weights path underscore field. There we go. So we have the base head here, and then we need to get its shape node. So we can say mc.list relatives, and actually, is it relatives? I think so. Shapes lists all children of this dialog node that are shapes, not transforms. There we go. So we can say shapes is equal to true. So we're going to say list the relatives of head geo, shapes equal true. And this is going to give us the list. There should only be one shape node there. So then we're going to say head shape is going to be equal to that. And let's uppercase the geo here, and we'll have to update this one too, just to keep that camel case consistency going. Okay, so we have the shape node there, and that is what we're going to need here, which is going to be the head shape. Then we need to get the deformer name. So it's deformer equals, and if we look at the base head here, we are calling it face blend shapes, but we don't necessarily know if it's going to be face blend shapes 1 in case it was wrong or something like that and updated in a different name. So if we look at the function here, we create a name face blend shapes here, but we have the blend names as a variable. So we can actually feed this into the transfer weight section as a blend name, and then we'll call this blend shape node. And then we can say the deformer is that. And I'm curious if we're going to get the whole path, it might break it. If it does, we'll have to split it kind of the way we did the file name here. I don't know if it's going to include the head shape in there as well off the top of my head, so we'll have to look that up once we get to it. And then the last thing is going to be path equals path. And if everything is right here, we should have a way to get the weights based off of that file. And we're going to have to do a catch as well. So if there is no file, to just run it without doing anything there. But let's test to see if this works. So let's clear our scene, create the skeleton, create the rig, and we have an error. Line 152 here. Let's expand this so we can see it. It's that last line in our deform weights. It says module.maya.cmds has no attribute deformer weights. Did I misspell that? Yeah, I misspelled it. Okay, let's try again. So we can run this. Let's clear the scene and then create fake skeleton and run this. Now we have an error again. Let's see where our error is. It's still that same line. Maya command error. So it's not telling us what it is, and I'm guessing it's going to be this blend shape node. So we know that whenever we change it, so we have this over here. We have it separated by points. Let's go through and really quick just print the path to see if we have the path set the way we want. So here, right before we run this, let's print blend name. Can run all this code. Let's clear the scene, create face skeleton, create rig. We have that same error, but we should have a command here. Okay, so it is facial blend shapes. So it is what we need. It's not a whole path directly to it. Let me pause and figure out what's going on, and then I'll come back and finish this off. Okay, I figured out what was going on. There was a couple things. So the first error that was going on was when I ran the code again, I forgot that I needed to update the path here. So it was empty and it was trying to connect it without having the weights there to be able to be connected. So that is one of the catches that I was already saying that we needed to catch, is if there was nothing in there, which I totally escaped me when I was running it. I did a print statement here to be able to see what is going on inside of the function, to see what the variables, and I saw that this and this were empty, but we had these two variables which were fine. So the other thing is when we print out my path now, it does have the file name as well. So we need to actually split off the path only. And actually we can do it over here after we've gotten the name. So if we get my path and then we split it again, actually we don't even need to split it. We're going to say my path dot replace. I'm going to replace a file name with nothing. So that should give us the path without the file name at the end. And then let's see if this works. So let's run this again. Let us clear the scene. After we've cleared the scene, let's go ahead and select our weights file. And then we can go back here to the auto rig and create the skeleton, and create the rig. Cool, we got past the weights part. And let's see if we manipulate this joint here. We have the weights. Okay, so let's do the catch so that way if the path is empty, we're not going to do anything. So we're going to get the path here, then say if my path equals nothing, then we're going to do all of the, or actually we're not going to do all of that. We're just going to pass. Then else. Now we're going to do all of this. Boom. There we go. And I was just using this to test earlier, so I don't need that there, so I didn't have to run the whole code over and over again. Okay, so we don't have anything here in the selection right now. So let's say we create the face skeleton, then we create the rig. Oop, I misspelled my path. Okay, let's try that again. Let's clear the scene, create face skeleton, create rig. And we can see it got past that section already, so we know we don't have an error. And then we have this. So it might be nice to have a tab that is just the bonus tools. So let's say we later on had weights and we wanted to transfer them on, or we connected the whole rig and we don't want to run it again. It would be good to be able to have that set up correctly. So I am going to add that here in our window, and I'll actually add it together with the tool that we built in the previous lesson where we have the match points. So in between lessons, I'm just going to add buttons to be able to do those things specifically in the main window that we have here. So I'll add another tab, and after I have the tab, we can be able to access those things afterwards. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we can add into the bonus tools, but for right now, I'm just going to add those two things, and maybe at some point in the future, I'll add more, and I'll show you guys kind of some of the things that I broke down just in case people want to be able to do parts of the command rather than doing the whole thing at once. But it won't necessarily be any new code. It's just going to be updating the UI to be able to run functions that we already have, or kind of modified versions of the functions. All right. So if it is modified functions, it might be slightly modified, but yeah, we will be doing, I'll be doing that in between lessons and also kind of into the future. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at connecting the mouth open to the controller because it doesn't open the mouth. So we'll want to be able to have access to that. And then we're also going to clean up our outliner because we're pretty close to the end of setting this up. So we'll start doing that as well. All right, so let's expand this, let's make this bigger, and we'll only look at the code for right now. I want to go to where we're working on the rig here. So we need to get a point where we are accessing the mouth, and we get the mouth control, and we can do the blend shape. So like with the eye, we did that as well with the rotations here. Unfortunately with this and the other element, the mouth, it's going to happen each time. So it might be worth it to do kind of beforehand instead. So I think I'm going to add that here before the for loop. So what am I going to need to be able to run this? It's going to be the attach blend. That's kind of how we wrote it but it's not necessarily the attach blend. So let's copy this really quick and I'll put it over here. So the right eye geo is a variable that was created. Let's see, are we getting it from up here? Yep, we are. So we're also going to need to get access to the name of the joint. So let's add that as a variable up here as well for the jaw joint. So we have the code up here that lets us get the jaw joint here. So it is going to be the jaw joint underscore, so jaw underscore joint underscore field that we're going to need access to. And we're here. So, and we need to remove those strings. This is going to be our jaw joint. We can copy this and paste it inside of here. And then the control name is something that we have a preset for, which is going to be our mouth control. On the jaw joint, it is going to be a rotate. Let's make sure it is the correct rotation. So it's going to be rotate Z. And we're going to want to be able to go to, I don't know, something like 35. Okay, so we're going to go to 35. We are going -1, and this is rotate Z. So that should attach the mouth. So let us run this. That way it only runs once. It doesn't have to run a whole bunch of times. We're going to clear the scene, which should clear our face rig. Then create face skeleton, create rig, and let's see if it works. So it does. It's just the weights aren't set up. So I did add that bonus tool we talked about. So let's go in and add the weights, and we'll assign weights based off of that. And then let's see. We do get the mouth movement, and that looks good. And now all we have to do is organize our outliner. So at this point, we have, and if you guys want for the eye geo, you can actually kind of update all that and put it over here so that it doesn't loop several times each time it goes into the eye, but I'll let you guys do that on your own. For right now, I'm just going to do it here individually. And it might be good to do it here in case you don't have a blend shape. You can still move the eyeball. So I just need to create some groups, and right here all we're doing is doing blend shapes, so we can do the groups. I'm going to create a function that's going to be final groups. Okay, and define final groups, and we need to be able to get elements that we have inside of the outliner. So let's go up here. So I know I need all of the geometry. So I'm going to copy that just so that I have the names and put it into our final groups code here. We're not going to actually run it that way, but we're going to use that to get the groups. So that should be all of the geometry. Actually, we're going to get these. That's fine. We can get those separately. We need the joint, we need the brows, the hair, and then we need the controller, and we need these things. So we don't actually need everything. So let's go over here, and we have that. So we need the head, we need the hair front, the hair base, the brows we need, and then all of these items we do not need. We'll get it in a different way. Okay, so this is going to be our base head. mc.base head. or sorry, let's create a variable base head is equal to MC dot field text field. There we go. Underscore field. And then we're going to say query equals true and text equals true. So that gives us the base head, and then I'm going to copy this, paste it, and paste it for the other two. So we're going to need the hair front field, the base hair field, and we actually need one more. So let's copy that, paste it, and we need the browse. Okay, we have all of those. We just need to set individual variables. So this is going to be hair front, base hair, and browse. Okay, so we have all of those variables, and then we're going to need all of these items and the joint. So we need one more here. Let's copy this, and this is going to be our joints. And let's look at what we called that one. So we're just going to need the base joint, and that's going to go right here. Okay, so now we need to get these elements here, and we have the base. So we're going to say mc.sl equals, we create a variable, sorry, select equals mc.select base. Oh, sorry, that's going to be the name of the head here. So let's take that, and we're going to say that it is going to be an F string, and then we need the base head, and then it's going to be B star. So that's going to get the base head plus anything that is base. So that way we can get that, and we can write base, and that should give us both the base and the base one, because we have two, but we might have more depending on what the user does. And then let's do mc.ls. We gotta create this as a variable. We're gonna say deformers, or we'll just call it deformers, equals mc.ls, sl equals true. Okay, so now we have these two. We have the base head, we have this geo. We're going to do a similar thing here for our, oops, I didn't want to do that. At least we know we don't have a syntax error. Paste it here. So we're going to select anything. We don't need a variable this time, but we need the 0 grp. So we're going to say star underscore 0 underscore grp. And this is going to be our geo groups. And essentially all that should be geometry. Okay, so that gives us these. All we need is the transformer, and we have that here. We're going to get the character name field. So let's paste this here, and let's get another variable here. So paste that there, and then this is going to be what we use for this part. Character name field query. This is going to be ctrls. And then we're going to do mc.select ctrls. We'll do this as an f string. We've got that, and then it's going to be ctrls, and then it's underscore ctrl underscore transformer. So that should give us this item. Actually, since we know that is, we don't need to necessarily make it a select. We can just reassign it. We don't have to select it and then search for anything. We can just do ctrls is equal to ctrls transformer, control transformer. Okay, and I think that's me pasting things in there on accident. Okay, so we have that controller there. Now we can start grouping things. So let's do a group, or mc.group, and we're going to group the base head, the hair front, the base hair, the brows, and then geo group. And then let's assign a name this. We're going to call it geo, and we'll call this group geo is equal to, let's put this character name, because then we can use that later in a moment. Okay, so we have a group for the geometry. Then we can do controls is equal to mc.group ctrls. We only have one thing that we're got in the groups right now, so we're going to leave that be like that, but it's part of the organization. Then we're going to do joints, so do jntsgrp is equal to mc.group jnts, and then we'll say, and both of these we have to set controls or names. So let's do name equals ctrls and name equals joints. And then once we have that within our group, let's see, we need extras, just kind of like other stuff. In this case, we have our deformers that are going to go there, and we would call this extras. And then after we've created all those groups, let's create a character group, and this is going to be our all of these groups in here. So it's going to be mc.group, and then we are going to put the geo ctrls jntsgrp and extras. Okay, I think we have that pretty close to proper. So let's clear the scene, create face skeleton, create rig. It looks like we're loading the files, so everything worked in the group file. We have a group here. We have all of these things. We need a name for that group. That's the only thing. So I'm going to clear the scene. Obviously, the clear scene did not work as good as we wanted. It's actually pretty close, though. Oops. So we're going to have to tweak that as well. So let's go into the code here for the name. It's going to be equal to our character name. Okay, and then search for a clear scene. Okay, so we have the clear scene here, and basically what we want to do is ungroup the base head. And do we have a function that would do this? It's if exists, delete history. If it exists, delete history. If it exists, delete history. If it exists, delete. If it exists, delete. If it exists, 0 offshoot group. So let's just take the base head, all the 3 geometries. So let's run this and, oh, I already did it. So let's go here, and that way we can see what are the leftover things that we need to clean up. So we can see that it leaves us a really nice setup there. We have this, so we need to delete the TD superheroes group, and we need to unparent these geometries here. So we have the browse, and I'm going to do it right after we reset selection. So we're going to say mc.parent, and we're going to say base head, and then we want base, let's get rid of that, not base, but base hair, and front hair. It's going to be parented world equals true. So we're parenting it to the world, so that way we get rid of it. And then we also want to go here and say we need the character name, which we do not have yet, I believe. We do. We have this. So let's break this up into a couple different options. So we're going to say character name is equal to this. And then let's rename this function here. This is going to be equals an f string of character name, and I'm going to make sure it matches there. So we get the field, then we're going to use that to get the controls. We also have the character name. So then we're going to basically copy this and paste it here. And if character name exists, and we don't need any of that because there should only be one at this point. So if it exists, we're going to delete character name. Actually, it already does that. So let's move that over and delete that. And actually, we can move it above this because those are not part of, no, it is part of it. Okay, so let's run this and let's see if we clear the scene properly. There we go. And let's create the rig and make sure that everything is correct. And it is not. So let's undo. We can see that the brows are gone. So we have the geometry here. It looks like maybe when we parent to the world, it didn't like doing them all at once. So let's separate this. We're going to copy this 2 more times. And then we have the base head. Then here we're going to have the base hair. Oh, it did work. It's just that we didn't add the brows. Okay, so let's just add brows. That's easy. Brows, comma. There we go. Let's run this and let's clear the scene. Oh, because it already was. Let's create the skeleton, create the rig, and then we'll test it with the full rig now. Clear the scene. It looks like we have everything still there. Everything's cleared. And let's do it one more time, just to make sure we have everything and that we don't error out. And it looks like it's working. That is great. So we have that, and maybe the only thing that we want to do now is when we got the final groups here, let's take the joints group that we created and turn the visibility off. So it's going to be mc.set adder. I think it's going to be jntsgrp, and then we're going to say .v. I think it's the visibility. Let's make that an f string. F, open curly bracket, then close curly bracket, .v, and we're going to set this to false. Okay, so let's clear the scene, and then create face skeleton, create rig, and now we have a fully functional rig ready to animate, except that I didn't connect the base weights, so I can assign the default here. There we go, and then go to our bonus tools, and we can assign weights based off bonus, and now we have that working. So we have all of the blend shapes. It looks like at some point I deformed the lips, but that can be fixed. You can see there's a little bit of jittering. We can actually show it here. So I just have to use the match points to fix the geometry, but the rig is working completely the way we would expect it. So let's do a demo just so that we have a completely working rig, and we would have tested every single element on this rig here, or this tool. So you can see how messed up the mouth is here. So let's raise the brow here. Let's duplicate the head, and then if we want, we can clear the scene. Do we have that duplicated head? We don't, so I'm gonna do it before we do that. So if we look at the, oops, here, let's collapse everything again, and then with the head selected, we can go here. So we have the head base and the head base 1. So let's put this back to 0, and then we are going to, with the head geo selected, go to vertices. It looks like I was recently fixing this on this file, so we can take the mouth here, which has all the weird points that are working, and then the base head. We can test that last bonus tool. It fixes it. Now that we have that, let's clear the scene. And if we look here, our geometry should look a little bit better. Let us go in and now create the skeleton, create the rig, and everything hopefully should be working properly. And it is not, so let us take a look at doing this one more time just so that we can see how it will work. So here, I'm going to go to the base head. I'm going to get that deformer and duplicate it. And then let's rename this my geo. I'm going to make it outside of the group. And then we can zero out this controller. And then now let's clear the scene. We should still have my geo here, and we should have the base head. So let's go into Vertex for the base head and select that geometry. Then select the other geometry, bonus tool, match points. We have that fixed now. We can delete my geo, and then now go back and auto rig everything. So create space skeleton, create rig. Okay, moment of truth. So there's a tiny bit. I might have selected those. Oh, nope, from this angle we can see. Here we don't see it as much. Over here we see it more. Oops. So let's get it from a different shape. So I'm going to take the, let's say, the eye, duplicate that shape, Shift P to unparent it. This is going to be my geo. Then let's clear the scene. And then we still have my geo, which is going to be different. You can see that it is different on the mouth there. Base head, vertex. We have that vertex selection there. And then select the head, match points. And then we can delete this here. Okay. I'm going to save my scene here. And let's connect the rig. Okay. Nope, we're getting some shifting. Let's just delete. Actually, we have a shape here. Let's clear the scene. I'm going to pause and get it to work. We do have a shape there that will be useful for us. I'll be right back. Okay, so I fixed it. It was basically kind of double translated, so I had to do the same operation twice. I don't know how it got to that point, but now if we look at the rig, it is not affecting the ellipse, so we should have a good rig. So I just did this same tool. The tool was working, it was just I had to do it twice because I had layered that damage onto the mesh twice, and then that ended up fixing it. So, oh, and I need to put the weights back on. Oh, look at, that's where the damage is happening. So after I added the weights, we can see that it is shifted a little bit. So because it is shifted, let's go back in and go to defaults here, and I'm going to put this back at 0. And then let's see if we get that damage once we clear the scene. Yeah, you can see that's where the damage is happening once we connect the weights. So if we go back to the default right here, and we've assigned the weights from that weight file that I created, it offsets it. Let's see if we edit, edit delete by type history. If we keep that deformation, we do. So let's see if I undo that. We have the skin cluster here. Let's turn the envelope off. So I'm going to add that into the clean scene, so that way I can make sure that I don't get that transformation. So I need to paint better weights, basically. That's being damaged by the weights. So I want to make sure that we can't damage our mesh by, before we clear everything, to take the envelope and set it to 0. So let's look at the, oops. Let's look at the code for that. So let's go to clear scene, and let's look at both. So if we go down here, we can see that's the attribute. So we're going to basically need that inside of our clean scene, clear scene. Okay, so I'm going to reset controls, and then here we're going to do mc.set adder. I'm going to use an f string, and we're going to get the base head variable, and then it is going to be underscore skin cluster envelope. Oops, got 2 of those. Okay, so that gets us the attribute, And then we need to tell it the value that we want it at. We want it at 0 and close parentheses. And let's run this now. Empty expression. Oh, I need to close this and there and there, and the base head should be inside of the brackets. There we go. Okay, that's the line that we want. And now, if we clear scene, we have a runtime error in line 105, which is what we did. So let's look at the command there. So we have the head, we have the cluster, and then let's set that to 0. We got the naming a little bit wrong. So base head geo underscore skin cluster envelope. So I'm going to just copy this and paste it here so that I can compare them side by side. I can't tell where our typo is. Oops. Okay, so we have base head geo skin cluster envelope. And the error that we got was, I ran the code again. Well, I don't see anything different between the two. Oh, I see. I see my problem. I need to make sure that I do that and that we're setting it to the value there. Okay, now let's try running it and let's clear the scene. And in theory, we should have a clean lip here. All right, so one last time, create skeleton, create rig, and it has created everything. Right now we don't have the weights, but we can look that we're having all of that working properly. We can assign the weights based off of my defaults. I need to set that to default and then assign weight. You can see that shifts it, but it doesn't cause an issue because it is on the deformer stack. So it's not creating a jitter. The only issue is that he has a little bit of bump in his lip, but at some point I'll go through and paint better weights. So that way we don't have that issue on the lip, but now we know that could potentially be an issue. So we've cleared that as a potential thing that we need to fix in the future. So we make our clear scene a little bit better. All right. So that is it for our head rig. We are done. It's very exciting. We will see you guys in the next video.